Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
We're the virtual group.
I guess so.
Good afternoon.
Good
evening.
Mine this afternoon where I am.
It's actually 8:55 in the evening where I am.
Oh, really?
Oh.
8:55.
Why I had to stay up until 3 o'clock in the morning here.
I'm not much difference here. I'm 6 p.m. here in Pakistan, and I have to get up at 1:30 a.m. midnight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. But nice to meet you electronically. I'm from the Philippines.
All right. Nice to meet you all.
Nice to meet you too.
Nice to meet you all. Hello, Diana.
It's a pleasure.
Yeah.
From Canada. I'm from Canada.
Great. I think we met in the first meeting.
Yes, yes, we did.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I could not make it to New York this time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I couldn't either.
Yeah, same here. Yeah.
I'm going to be in Toronto in July for the International Conference of the Institute of Internal Auditors.
I missed it. I could not hear you. What do you say?
So I mean that I'm going to be in Toronto in July.
Oh, good.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
there is the International Conference for the IAA, the Institute of Internal Auditors.
wonderful.
It's a
Wonderful.
big one.
That's good. We have a few people on that committee. A few people from our office who meet with the Institute of Internal Auditors here in Toronto. It's becoming an important part of our regulatory regime, looking at internal audit and the strength of
Morning,
internal
David.
audit within the organization. Good morning.
Good
Morning.
morning.
Good
Hi,
morning.
morning. Good.
Mhm.
So, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to, I was going to say a warm, sunny welcome to New York. That's what I thought I would be saying 2 days ago, but obviously that's not the case today. And a good day for those of you who are joining us virtually, and we can see you on the screens. This is the third meeting of the SAC since its inauguration last year. So, as always, a special welcome to our two chairs, so Gabriella and Tom, the respective chairs of IESBA and IAASB, Josephine, who is the deputy chair, and Chana, deputy chair of the IESBA. So welcome. It's good to see you, Chana. We've got Dave Sullivan, who is going to be online. He was going to be online. He's the PIB observer for this meeting, but I think he's going to be about an hour late because he had to attend a PIB meeting, but he will join us. We've got, as you can see, a number of colleagues online, so thank you very much. You're, of course, in different time zones, and we really do appreciate some of you are a long way away, sort of in Asia, and therefore we're going to eat into your day and night, so we appreciate you joining us. I'd like to a warm welcome to Jen Haskell, who's just joined the SAC. She was nominated by the GPPC, and the PIOB approved your membership, I think in March, I think it was. So this is your first meeting. I understand that you're familiar with this world because you were a TA to the IAASB many years ago, even before the IFAC moved into this building, you told me this morning. So welcome to the SAC. I'd like to welcome all the staff members of the International Foundation for Ethics and Assurance, and also, of course, to thank them all for the very hard work that they undertake in between meetings and in preparing us for this meeting. So thank you very much in getting all the materials to us. We do have a number of public observers with us. Manuel Arias from IFAC. We've got Sarah Cook, who is the US SEC. We've got Emily Daly, Ellen Gurria, and Brian Wilson from AICPA. We've got Lee Guanhui from CICPA. I think he's somewhere over there, if I'm not mistaken. We've got Jacinta, we've got Lauren, we've got Rick, and we've got Len Dewey from KPMG. Nancy Miller, who's an IESBA member, Damien Moore from the Moore Group. It's a good name. Wendy Stevens, IAASB member, and Paul Thompson from the World Bank. So you're all very welcome. Thank you for being here today. I would also like to just, say that, the SAC members give up a lot of their time to be members of this group and serve on this advisory council. And I recognize, of course, that you're all very busy people. You've got busy lives and really do appreciate, what you do to serve the public interest as being members of this group. So thank you very much. At the end of the day, we all have a public interest in supporting the two standard setting boards in producing high quality international standards for audit assurance and ethics, and of course, through the IFAC world to ensure that they are adopted and implemented widely across the world. And, part of our job is to support the two standard setting boards, give them advice and wise counsel as part of their sort of work. Just to say that this time around, we have probably a slightly larger number of SAC members that are joining us virtually for this meeting. And of course, I absolutely understand that it's not always going to be possible for everyone to travel to meetings all of the time. But I do hope that in the future, it will be possible for some of you to be here because it does help us build a stronger network. We share ideas and experiences, which is always, of course, best done effectively if we're together in the same place. And as I said earlier, I do appreciate those of you in Asia who are joining us and will be with us for quite a long number of hours well into your night. So thank you very much if you can stay online. So a quick protocol for the meetings. Just a quick reminder that if you're not speaking, please turn off your microphones, keep them on mute. If you do wish to comment, and of course, I want everyone to join the meeting as we've done for the past two meetings, please, if you just raise your tent card, and I will do my best to make sure that I try to get them in the right order. And if I don't, I'm sure that my two colleagues on either side of me will sort of raise my attention, bring my attention to that. And of course, for those of you who are online, please do stay on mute, but do raise the virtual hand. And again, I'll try to make sure that I bring you in as and when you wish to join. And again, the staff will help me ensure that we bring everyone into the meeting. So since our last meeting here in this room on I think it was the November 4th and 5th, in fact, November 5th was quite an important day in America. A lot has happened around the world. There have been elections in quite a number of countries, both in Europe, across Asia, the Americas, and most recently in Australasia and in Romania for the first round yesterday. These have led to changes in economic policies. Economic growth has slowed in many parts of the world, and we're facing still wars on a number of fronts. And governments and regulators are looking at ways, of course, to sort of stimulate growth, reduce regulation, address budget deficits and funding gaps. So, and the reduction in funding, as we know, is causing significant impact in international bodies and their ability to operate and support those in need. So against that backdrop, it's clear that our profession, which plays a very important role in supporting sustainable economic and equitable growth and development, we need to reflect on these matters and consider how and what we need to do to respond to support the global economic development. So that's why we've put the agenda together in that context. And over the next 2 days, we will the first session is the usual session we have, which is the open dialogue with our two standard setting board chairs. We want to reflect on key developments that have taken place since the last SAC meeting, and of course, to consider strategically important issues for the year and years ahead. Session 2 will discuss the trends in the external reporting ecosystem, and this will hopefully be a forward-looking conversation to identify key trends affecting the external reporting landscape and to explore how these trends should inform both of the standard setting boards as they plan for the next strategic plan covering the period 2028-2031. Session 3 will review and discuss the value and impact of recent revisions and enhancements to international standards. and we hope to explore how recent changes to the international standards are driving impact across the global economy and how the boards can better communicate and measure the impact of their work. And then the final session tomorrow will cover the impact of deregulation and the potential implications for sustainability and other international standards. And here we will discuss the growing deregulation trends. I'm sure you're all seeing what's happening around the world. It's significant, and we need to reflect on how these developments affect, the adoption and the positioning of the IAASB and IESBA standards, including what we do in terms of sustainability. So the SAC has membership from across the world, so this gives us a great opportunity to hear from all of you and bring your own perspectives as to what's happening in your own jurisdictions, and also what it means for you and how the two standard setting boards should be responding to those challenges and indeed the opportunities that these changes pose. So before I then hand over to Gabriella and Tom, I would just like to take the opportunity to ask the members of the SAC if there are any other matters that you would like us to consider over the next couple of days. And if we're not able to address them here, then of course that will be good insights and input into what we should be bringing back to the next meeting in November. So maybe I could just pause here and just ask if there are any members that would like to, raise any other topics that you feel are critically important for us to at least, if not discuss in detail, just reflect on and think about as we go forward. Just looking. Hilda.
Thank you. Good morning. I think it will be woven into the 4 subject matters on the agenda, but recently I was attending a meeting in Paris where I think a number of the subject matters that we discussed today were discussed, and then other things. And I think it would be good to also bring this in, not only from my point of view, but, Tom and Gabriella were there as well, and a few others potentially around the room as well. I think this was a discussion which I think was a good discussion, was a timely discussion, and will have a number of matters that would need to be addressed. And I think it would be good to bring them in as we go ahead with our discussions today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hilda. In fact, you briefed me about this a couple of weeks ago after the meeting that you participated in Paris, and I have had discussions with both Tom and Gabriella on that, and I know they will weave that into the conversation we're just about to start. So thank you very much for raising that. Seeing no others.
Sorry,
Yes.
my virtual hand is,
Hina,
I'm not able to.
Sorry. Okay. A physical hand is also valid. So there you go. Hina, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, I shared with you a progressive stakeholder advisory council plan, and I discussed with you as well. So I would like to see if there's something which we can get out of it, and it will be a good opportunity to take it forward in a very, very in a proper manner, so that we all benefit from the objective of having this council, and we there are certain ideas which I have placed into it, and I would appreciate if that can be discussed in coming meetings or in some time this meeting, as you think appropriate.
Thanks, Hina. You did, in fact, and I appreciate the input you gave me, I think, a couple of months ago now. What I'd like to do is probably bring that back to the November meeting, when hopefully you'll also be here in person, because it's always best done sort of, you've got some good ideas, which I have shared with Tom and Gabriella, but, that will be on the future agenda. So we won't have time to discuss those in any detail today, but certainly we'll pick those up. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Hina. I don't see any other hands up. Okay, so in that case, thank you. So Hilda, we will definitely, bless you, we'll definitely, I know Tom and Gabriella will, particularly Gabriella, because that was an IAASB, IFAC summit, but of course Tom was there, and they will of course share their own thoughts with you. So let's now go into the first session, which is the dialogue with the Standard Setting Board chairs. It's going to be an open dialogue, as it has been for the last two meetings. They will share the progress since the last SAC meeting and strategic issues that are pertinent to their two boards for the year ahead. So with that, I now invite Gabriella and Tom to take the floor and share their remarks. Now, I don't know, are you going first, Tom? I think that, yes, is that how you've agreed it? Okay, right. Thank you.
Only based upon the way the slides are structured, which I'm not sure were structured intentionally this way. Okay, now we got going. I've learned how to use a clicker. So first of all, thank you everyone for being here. Thank you for your service to this, what we believe is an important mandate. Thank you, Alan, for your leadership, and thank you to the teams for helping to organize these 2 days of meetings. I'm really looking forward to getting your input. So I'll try to keep my remarks relatively brief, but also happy to answer any questions that you have. So we figured we'd do this in 2 ways. First, what have we done since we met last? And then also then turn to what I feel, and I alluded to it in our last discussion, what we're doing at this important inflection point in both boards' histories, and some of the topics that Hilda raised will be addressed as part of that, and I think is our viewpoints, which are very much coordinated. Consistent and responsive. Sorry, someone pulled the plug on me. It doesn't make a difference. Okay, I'll use this one. Okay. So just thinking about what we've done since our last meeting, we've approved 2 important public interest standards, which sort of brings us to an end of an important phase of our work plan. Going concern and fraud. One was approved in December, the other was approved in March. Importantly, they'll have aligned effective dates. This is intentionally because first of all, we need to give people adequate time to implement, but also because they have implications on the auditor's report as well. Just a reminder that the reason we tackled these topics was that audit failures that touched on these 2 topics have an outsized impact on the confidence of the work of the profession. There were a number of corporate failures that we looked into. We went to the root causes of them, and we were really clear that we weren't changing the fundamental role of the auditor. The audit remains an audit of financial statements. We're not asking the auditor to be an investment banker. We're not asking an auditor to be a forensic accountant. But in the context of the role of the auditor, what can we do more to address the expectations gap? Like, be really clear what the role and responsibilities of the auditor is in relation to these topics, particularly in the risk-based model that we've adopted, particularly outlined in 315. How do we translate that to the responsibilities of going concern and fraud? How do we define what the appropriate responses are in the communications with management and those charged with governance? And then how do we communicate our findings through the auditor's report? And we felt like, though, if you do get that right, you'd go a long way to addressing some of the fundamental expectation gap issues. So that's out. We will continue to, we're waiting for certification on 240. 570 has been certified. We will do the usual support activities in relation to both standards. Secondly, since then, and a big theme of what we're going to talk about is we are going to focus on implementation guidance. We continue to issue implementation guidance for ISA for LCE. The guide's out now, 5,000. we've begun in a joint effort with our IESBA colleagues, significant implementation activities. The first wave hit the market on January 27th, and more will continue to come. And finally, we have a couple of public consultations. One's come to close, PyTrack 2, and then an exposure draft for the experts narrow scope amendments project, which is a coordination convergence project with IESBA. One thing to note here, we are not touching 5,000. We believe we were coordinated at approval date, but this is about alignment with ICES and others. Okay. So where do we get to? As I said, we've gotten to a significant juncture in our work program. Over the last few years, and I'll actually turn to the slide ahead. If you look at the left side, and it really extends to before this, because auditor reporting is included. If you think auditing accounting estimates would just preceded this. Then you have 315 quality management standards, 600 group audits, 5,000 our sustainability assurance standard, going concern fraud, and ISA for LCE. That really is a lot that we've put out in the market. Remember, years ago, there was a sense that audit standard setting moved too slowly and was fearful of tackling fundamental issues. I'm not sure anyone is saying that any longer. We're really proud of what we've accomplished, but we know a lot is out there, and it's not just us. The same people are dealing with changes in the reporting environment and reporting standards, both on the financial and sustainability side, and all the regulatory initiatives throughout the world. Alan alluded to this. We also know that there's other forces happening from a deregulatory perspective, coupled with economic and political uncertainty. And all of this is happening as we're trying to affect change internally, consistent with the monitoring group reforms, where a staff-driven model is taking hold, and many of you will be accustomed to that in other standard-setting environments, but we're building the culture that entails, and that does entail also significant outreach that goes over with that. So, you know, we've used this as a moment of reflection. We really want to support the adoption of our standards, effectively give a moment of calm, enhance our dialogue with those who are actually implementing the standards and setting up mechanisms to be able to keep our ears to the ground. So we're creating a practitioner implementation group on our side of the shop for 5,000. I know Gabriella will allude to what they're doing on sustainability from their side. We are deepening our interactions with the profession through the form of firms, through deep dives. We're creating other mechanisms that we could be aware of what's going on. We value the input of this group. Like, our interaction model is multifaceted. We don't give primacy to one group over the other. We need to speak to all impacted stakeholders, and then we have to weigh the input. And we feel it our responsibility then to be quite transparent about how we take that input into account. We could always be better. We recognize that, where humility is one of the values that we place huge importance on. So we're always trying to continuously improve. But I think we've done a really good job to date in interacting with our stakeholders, but we could do an even better job in communicating how we took their opinions into account. Now, how does this really play out? So the first thing is, I described a wave of almost continuous releases of new standards that have happened over the last 5 years. We've taken a position at the IAASB that there'll be no new major standards until 2027. And that will be conscious of the consultation periods, also in line with IESBA. So not everything is happening at once. And we need to make sure that's the case. We're not stopping work. Trust me, I'm going to show you what we have on the work plan. And, you know, with all the movement in the world of technology, we need to be working and addressing those issues. But in terms of major standards implementation, there's going to be, after fraud and going concern, a little bit of a break. We also have heard, and I think we probably don't get enough credit for this, but people want to see even better interaction between the two boards. That means earlier on in projects. Now, we could describe the ways we described it last time. Our project teams are speaking to each other all the time. We have coordinated meetings. Project planning and takes into account each other's work. But we know it's critically important for that to continue to be enhanced and to make sure that our standards are truly interoperable. Finally, technology is our lead priority going forward. How do our standards appropriately address the rapid deployment of technology at reporting entities and by auditors themselves? And how does that impact the way we think about standards? And the only way we're going to get this right in a way that could be globally supported and adopted is if we take a consultative approach to this. That means getting practitioners, regulators, standard setters together around the table often, making sure that everything we do is evidence-based, and making sure that we're not rushing to conclusions. We also need to be aware that we have to use all the tools in our standard setting toolkit. So that doesn't always mean a rush to writing new standards. It could be guidance. It could be the creation of practice notes, which is a thing that we haven't done in several years, which is another form of guidance, but with a little bit more consultation around it. And the EER guidance we did a few years back that served as the basis for some of the work on 5000 is an example, a little bit of that. But really being consultative in the process of developing our technology platform going forward. So let me turn to the final slide that I have, if I can get this to click. Thank you. So this is our pipeline going forward on the right-hand side. So as I said, we have to emphasis on implementation support. PyTrack 2 and experts are convergence projects. We plan on finishing them out. And then you start seeing the next two bullets are really where we're going to do work on technology, audit evidence, risk response, analytical procedures. That's sort of a grouping together. We need to get those standards right. So the principles, and let me emphasize this, we're not abandoning principle-based standard setting, but the principles have to be robust to both reflect changes in existing standards that have made since those 500, 330, 520 have been put out, but also are receptive to new technological approaches. We need to address QM technology and engagements because most technological tools are being developed at the firm level, and QM is our tool for it. And this body recommended to us to really focus on the governance of those tools. To be clear, we're not reopening ISQM 1. We think the principle, and there's a little mention of technological resources at QM1, one paragraph with application material surrounding it, is right. But the question is, since 2020, when that standard was presented, has the world moved so quickly? And it has. The technological developments, particularly around AI, are so advanced. Since then, do we need guidance, application material, other sorts to help clarify how ISQM1 could be addressed. And some of it may be codifying best practice that's already in place. We need to speak to people to figure out what's actually happening in the marketplace and how regulators are interpreting it in a way to facilitate the deployment of technology in a way that gives users confidence that technology is being deployed in a way that supports audit quality. And that's what we'll do. So we're just starting that information gathering right now. In the process, we may issue guidance. And we'll come to some conclusion, probably, I think, towards the end of this year or next on what the next steps are at QM. But there is not a rush to standard setting. And let me just talk about the two other projects that are on the list. 2410, I see Doug's in the room. Australia, New Zealand are very much helping us out on this one. 2410 is a very old standard, interim financial statement. It didn't even go through the Clarity project of 10 plus years ago. It's really an update. We're just getting started on it. More to come on this, but relatively narrow scope. And ISA for LCE, we've said that we would keep pace with the ISAs to make sure there's not divergence on the long way, and we'll continue to update that. One of the other things that's not on this list is post-implementation reviews will begin. We'll start with 540. Let me give you our sense of what we do in post-implementation reviews. We need enough evidence in application of the standards to make it useful. So we tend to think about 5 years after the effective date as about the right time. We recently did an auditor report in 540, and then 315 will follow. But the reason we want 5 years is that not everyone also adopts the standards on the immediate effective date. So 5 years is about the time, 540 will come first. And we're very serious about post-implementation reviews. And I think that's one of the themes that came up at the Paris Summit. That's a commitment on both boards to do post-implementation reviews on major standards. But you need that period of time to make them useful. And which also says, both in terms of our commitment to implementation support and post-implementation reviews, we will make surgical adjustments to standards if necessary. That doesn't mean rewrites, but if there's things that we find that are not working as intended, then the best way to deal with it is rapid standard setting activities to address it. Not whole-scale rewrites, we hope, unless something appears. But I think our ears are to the ground enough that we know if there's a major problem emerging. So that's where we are as our board. I'm happy to take questions when the chair would like us to go, but I hope that gives you a sense of what we've done and how our mindset has shifted right now in the context of our current strategy.
Thank you, Tom. I think the best thing is we run through the IESBA and then come back together and take questions for both of you. Yeah, that's okay. You need the pointer. There we go.
Thank you very much. Let's see if it works.
You need the mic.
I'm just, if this works.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Alan, and good morning to all of you, especially those that I did not have the opportunity to greet in person before the meeting. Thank you very much for joining. This is a really important meeting for us, for both boards, for the IESBA especially. And a big thank you to Alan Johnson for chairing this meeting, and for being not only a chair, but a leader, a real leader. It's a privilege to have him with us. I'd like also to greet and thank Chana Visenting, who made all the way from Australia here as a vice chair of IESBA to attend this meeting. So it's not a small thing. And Josephine, of course, for being here as well. So
The IESBA update, there are a few things, not to say a lot of things that Tom has already mentioned, which are, of course, common to the two boards. And that's probably start there, that this coordination that Tom has mentioned has been improving and improving and improving, but mostly not only at the technical level, but at the strategic level. So the approach to the present, to the future, to the past of the standard setting activities has been discussed intensively between the two of us and between our staff and between our boards. It's important to stress that we have a common approach to the moment we are living in and how we as standard setters position ourselves within a very special, in a very special context and juncture of different things happening, changing, moving, etc. One thing is clear to us, just like it is for the IAASB, that our purpose and our mission hasn't changed, and it is to serve the public interest. And that's the North Star that we can't lose while navigating these sometimes a little bit bumpy waters. We are here to serve the public interest, and the public interest requires that we focus, just like Alan Johnson mentioned, on the ultimate benefit and purpose of the standard setting, which is to contribute actively to the economic development, to the welfare, and etc. So this is what has to keep us focused and moving while navigating this juncture. So the IESBA is also, of course, undertaking a very strategic reflection about the future, the present, the past, what we can do better, and of course we can always do a lot of things better. And we see, and I'm probably going to move to the next slide, which is probably the most important one. And we have been doing that in a very professional and responsive way. Just for you to know, we had in our last board meeting in March, we had a discussion, it was a discussion at the board level, mostly not public, about risks and trends. We made an exercise of identification, a very professional exercise of identification of risks and trends. And upon the responses that we got and the conclusions that we made in that respect, we had a discussion about how to position ourselves within those risks and trends that we have identified. Because a standard setting is not an end in itself, and again, it has to serve the public interest, and it's no use trying to pretend that nothing is happening and changing. It is. Of course, this is a long-term activity and mission that we have, so we should not be too impacted by contextual changes, but the worst thing that we could do was to pretend that nothing is happening, because directly or indirectly, of course, it impacts the standard setters. And it's not the impact that it has on us, but on the way we serve the public interest. So this reflection has been very seriously being undertaken since, I would say, the end of last year or the start of this year. It's not something from yesterday or from 2 weeks ago. We identified a few main risks and trends. Any of them are new to you, so I don't need to go very far on the description of these trends. The competitiveness focus, which has been put or brought to the top of the agenda of policymakers, regulators, decision makers, and etc. Some mistrust and polarization resulting from geopolitical tensions, political changes, economic fragilities or vulnerabilities, and etc., that create this environment of less trust and uncertainty for sure. And the sustainability pushback, which is a fact. It's not something that we should discuss. It's a fact. It's happening. It's a little bit everywhere. Although we should be careful about the narratives, because one thing are the facts, and this is a fact. But another thing is also the who controls the narrative, because there are other facts which are also there and are not that obvious as this sustainability pushback. Still, we are aware of that and of the need to take it on board while we think about the future of our work on sustainability, what is needed, what is necessary. And this, of course, together with the risks that I have mentioned, and I have not mentioned, but it's the buzzword of these days, which is the deregulation, trend, pressure, risk agenda. It's a trend, but it's also a risk to some point. It's a risk to some point because it erodes a little bit the basis upon which all the market players have been working. And when that happens, and let me move to the next part of the slide, when that happens, we may be led to think that ethics doesn't matter that much because, you know, it's about competitiveness. Let's forget about ethics. Let's forget about independence. You would be surprised if I were not to say what I'm going to say, but it's not because I'm the chair of the IESBA that I'm saying that. It's because I really think that it is the truth, as my board and many stakeholders have been confirming. In times like this, where you have uncertainty, where you have deregulation, where the basis, the objective and solid basis upon which we have been working, you have been working, all of us have been working, ethics becomes even more important because it's still what is there to guide behaviors, to guide conducts, to guide options, professional choices, and etc. When you have less detail in terms of regulation, when you have probably a little bit more doubts about what the rules mean, when you have less supervision, less enforcement, ethics is really the guide, the guidance, the baseline that is there to still guide professionals through a path. So the conclusion that we took at our board, the takeaway was, yes, there are many things changing. Yes, we need to adapt, of course. We need to be agile and see how to continue serving the public interest, or even better serving the public interest in this context. But let's not conclude that this is not important anymore. This is even more important. It's an anchor of stability. And it's what allows trust to still be there when a lot of things are changing, shaking, moving, and etc. With this in mind, of course, the conclusion is that we need to keep on working as an ethics and independent standard setter, but of course, calibrating our responses to the requests, to the needs of the market, to the needs of the public interest. And one thing that is clear, and we have been listening to our stakeholders, this is very clear, a request that we have, a concern that has been conveyed, communicated to us, but it's also our conviction that we need to give some time to stakeholders to consolidate the standards, and to ourselves, because there is work to be done on our side that has to be done to support the consolidation of the standards. I don't have a list of what the IESBA has done over the last 5 or 6 years like Tom did, but I think that probably part of you, at least, you are aware of it, and it was really a lot. Most of these standards were approved and developed when I was not yet here, but they are coming into, they are becoming effective now. So it's not that the pressure is getting material over the ones who have to implement. And you have non-assurance service, you have fees, you have long association, high public interest entities definition, you have the group audits and audit, you name it. It's a long list, and we understand that there is some pressure over the profession and the regulators as well, because regulators also have to do the job of incorporating these standards. So there is a time for consolidation, and that's the first thing that we concluded. We need to focus on helping, supporting, collaborating with the market in the consolidation of the long list of standards that are now becoming effective. So our role as in supporting adoption and implementation of the standards is becoming more and more important. This is something that we did not conclude yesterday. Last year, the IESBA decided to constitute an adoption and implementation working group at the board level, which was something completely new. It was by June last year, I think, because we felt we were understanding that we needed to do more in this respect. It's not only the IESBA who has responsibilities there. at all, but we also have our responsibilities. And there are things that, of course, IFAC has a role there, a very important role. The profession has a very important role there, regulators, etc. But we have our role as well. And we cannot be just sitting here very comfortably and expecting the others to do what they need to do for the standards to be adopted and well implemented. So we took our responsibility. It was not obvious for everyone why we were doing that. Now it's becoming probably one of the most important work streams at IESBA and recognized as a very important one. This, of course, will take a slowdown of the standard setting. I don't want to assume things that we have not agreed at the board, and we cannot agree because we are at the middle of some projects or some work streams about which we still need to take conclusions based on the feedback of the market that we are asking for. But it's clear that there is a decision to, as much as possible, slow down the pace of standard setting intensity and increased stakeholders dialogue. This is what Tom already mentioned. This is something on which we are working together very closely on seeing what we can do better now in this respect. It's not that we have not been speaking and engaging with stakeholders. We have. It's public how much we have been, the effort, incredible effort of two boards and the IESBA with respect to engagement with stakeholders, with all stakeholders, the profession, regulators, international organizations, academics, etc. We have been everywhere, but there is something that probably that we can do better in terms of closing the feedback loop, giving back, bringing back that feedback that we get from our stakeholders and better demonstrating or being more intentional in demonstrating how this feedback is being incorporated in the work that the IESBA does, in our decisions, and etc. Of course, we will, I will repeat Tom's words, we are not going to go on vacation, and we need to be very aware of everything that is happening and see if we need to take action, not only to address new emerging topics, but also to look at the standards that already exist and see if there is anything that we need to do in that respect. So this is where the IESBA is now very strategically addressing our own role and mission. With this in mind, this is not an end in itself. We are not self-serving the IESBA because it's no use doing that. We are here to serve the public interest, and what we need to do is to find a way of doing it in the right way. Okay. So what is keeping us busy? It's mostly what I have just said. This strategic reflection is taking a lot of the board work and time, and a lot of my own time, the time of and the effort and the focus of the staff. But still, there is work to be done. There is work to be done because this work was already ongoing when all these things started changing. This is a snapshot of the projects and work streams on which we are working currently that we inherited from 2024. And where we are in each one of them. You have the projects, you have what's being done now by the IESBA and what's coming next. And what's coming next, maybe I should put there a question mark, because it's still to be determined depending on the feedback that we get from our stakeholders and the analysis that we do of that feedback against the public interest objectives that we consider that we need to serve. So more or less everything, or not everything, but there are decisions to be made over the next months about firm culture and governance, about CIVs, some of you may not be familiar with these projects. The firm culture and governance, I think that it's more or less familiar to the biggest part of you. We have been working on this for 1 year, doing an incredible outreach with stakeholders and etc. CIVs in pension funds is a request that we got from the PIOB a long time ago to look at if the code is fit for purpose to capture the specific relationships of investment funds and pension funds with third parties to ensure the independence of the auditor. This new topic of private equity, and let me stop here for 2 seconds just to say that this has been really a burning topic. Everywhere we go and want to discuss whatever, our stakeholders want to discuss private equity. I'm now looking at James Ferris because we had a common experience recently. What people want to speak about is private equity investments. The IASB is very attentively following the topic, and we have already a very significant amount of information and analysis, but we don't want to put ourselves ahead of the curve. What we are going to do, and it's public, is that the IASB is very soon going to issue a staff alert on this topic, and not doing anything else, standard setting or whatever. This staff alert has the purpose of alerting, as the name says, our stakeholders and professionals and etc. for specific risks or increased risks that, in terms of independence, ethics and independence, that this kind of investment may bring, and direct them to the code, to the responses that the Code of Ethics of the IASBA already include to address these topics. Now, in the future, we may conclude that it's not sufficient, or you may conclude that it's not sufficient, or whatever. That's where we are for the time being. The code already provides a very strong and significant response to most of the increased risks that we see there. And finally, let me speak about sustainability. I didn't tell you about what we did since the last meeting, but of course the most important development was that the IASBA approved, the IASBA board approved the sustainability standards, ethics and independence for sustainability reporting and assurance. They were certified by the PIOB in January, and there was a joint launch with IAASB by the end of January to put this package of assurance and ethics out for stakeholders to start looking at it in terms of adoption and implementation. So ongoing work is that we are working actively, intensively on delivering materials and taking initiatives to support adoption and implementation. And this is the priority of this adoption and implementation group that we created at the board. This is the very first priority. For that purpose, and also because we heard our stakeholders and the concerns that they had, namely with respect to some parts of the standard, that it might be difficult to implement, that there might be concerns, difficulties, obstacles, etc. So we created a group, an advisory consultative group, the IMAC, which it's in the process of being finalized. We already approved the terms of reference. We already have a chair. The chair is a board member who is a professional from the profession with the firms. And the idea is that this group will be composed by professionals working on the field on the application of these standards that may come to us and say, hey, how does this work? This doesn't work. This is the problem. We could do this and that, and that's it. So we need the information. This conversation about, is it complex? Is it not complex? Does it work? Does not work? Okay, it's good to have that conversation, but we need data. We need elements to start understanding what we can do or should do in that respect. This is a very practical approach to the problem. If there is a problem, then we will address the problem. We will find a way to address the problem, be it with additional guidance, with real cases or whatever, or even taking a different action or bolder action if demonstrated that it's really needed. Nothing is out of question. The IASBA is completely open to do what it needs to do to make it work for everyone. So finally, it would be important to hear this group, because this is an advisory group that which opinion and which advice we really value about where we are and about the future. There are a few initiatives coming soon, or they were supposed to be coming soon, according to our strategy and work plan 24-27. This is the post-implementation review on NOCLA. We know that this group gave us a very strong advice to look at the post-implementation review initiatives, and gave us an advice to start with NOCLA. That's what's planned. The project on the role of CFOs and other senior professional accountants in business, which was deemed to start soon, and also part 2 of sustainability, which was to address everything that is out of the scope of our standard, because the sustainability standard doesn't cover everything, but just the heightened public interest, so to speak, reports. So there is a multitude of reports, which is bigger now with the omnibus and everything that was left out, which is not covered by the IASB, by our standard. So the plan was that to make the existing part 4B of the code, which is for assurance that other than audit engagements, independence considerations to do something with respect, but we need to think about what to do and how to do and when to do what we need to do and what is needed to do in this context. And I'm going to stop here and thank you in advance for all the good advice that you can provide and the discussions coming forward.
Thank you very much, Gabriela. First of all, I'd like just to welcome Dave Sutherland. So Dave, good morning to you. Thank you for joining. I saw your email earlier this morning, so I knew you would be a little bit late, but really appreciate it. You look as if you're in a lovely place with lots of green. I don't know whether the sun is shining, but you're smiling, so that's good. So welcome, and thanks for being the PIOB observer for this meeting. So with that, I think it's time to open up and have a conversation with the two standard setting chairs. Hilda, I don't know how many people have seen the press, I guess it's called a press release, but a release that was made by IFAC together with IESBA and Tom, which was, I think, a week ago, on Monday of last.
14th of April.
No, that was the meeting, but the release was, I think, a week ago, if I'm not mistaken. Something like that. Yes, or 28th of April, you're right. It was the release, yeah, so a week ago. And it addressed, I think, two things. One, of course, was this, and both chairs have mentioned it, was the sort of enhanced coordination between the two standard setting boards. And I hope that they've both demonstrated that that is very much what they're doing. It's called enhance. So it doesn't mean it's new. They've been coordinating for quite some time, always have done. But of course, there is a desire, and we've discussed that also in this council meeting in the past, about the need for them to continue to do that on an enhanced basis. And I think they've both committed doing that. And I hope we've seen that. But obviously, if there are any other views on that, then please let's discuss that. The other feature of the release was the importance of continued improvement in this transparency and the effectiveness of due process of standard setting. And I'm wondering whether you would like to just talk to that in terms of how you're going about that. Now, I think there has been some maybe discussions. I haven't been privy to them, but I sense that the new arrangements that came out of the monitoring group reforms, and let's be honest, we're only in the second year of the implementation of the reforms, and I think as Tom has highlighted in his presentation, you're still in the transition process of moving it from what it was to what is the desired sort of agreed end state with a staff-led standard setting body in both sides. And therefore, I do believe that, it is certainly valid to ask whether it's working, but I always believe that it's important that you give something time. Transitions do take time. And, for those of you, and I see Susan smiling over there and a few others who were involved in the long discussions on the monitoring group review that started in 2015 and really only concluded around 2022. What we really need to do, and I see Ian, while he was on the board with me at IFAC when that was discussed, that we really need to make sure that we give it time to transition to the new model rather than sort of unpick, if it's not working, we should, the standard setting boards and the monitoring group and the PIB, of course, should step in and make some changes. But I do personally believe that the journey to get there was hard, it was long, it was challenging, it was often painful. And therefore, I do believe, from my own perspective, that we should give it a chance and then, review whether it's the right format, the right structures, the right frameworks, et cetera, But I don't know whether just the two chairs would like to just talk to this sort of the point about the transparency and the effectiveness of the due process of standard setting. Would you like to sort of comment on that? Because no doubt that came up in the conversations at the summit in Paris.
Yeah, okay. So that came up there, and it was not the first time, of course. it's a bit, well, it's not early, it's never early, but Tom and I have already spoken about it. We have discussed it at the staff level. I have discussed it with a few board members as well, as Tom, I'm sure, did as well. But we need to take a structured and common approach to the response, or an increased or improved response that we may want to give to this. It's clear that we can do everything in a better way, and we are very open to do it. So it's nothing that we have just heard and move along and not pay attention. We are working on that. But it's too soon, Alan, to come here and say we are going to do this and that, because this takes a process. What we can ensure, and I think that I can speak for Tom as well, what we can ensure is that that point, namely about transparency, about the feedback that we receive, how this is incorporated in our decisions, which does not mean taking all the suggestions, but explaining that it was a consider and how it was considered, and etc. This needs, if stakeholders consider that we need to do something more, then we need to take a very structured and professional approach to that and offer something which is meaningful, which is possible, of course, within the resources, and which is possible to include in our due process. So it will take a little bit of time, because we need to discuss it with our boards. I could discuss it with 2 or 3 board members. I couldn't. This takes a board discussion, and our plan, both of us, is to have a discussion with our boards in our upcoming June meetings, so that the board itself is involved and contributing to this improvement. I think it's how I would call it. Tom, I don't know if you want to add something?
Anything to add before we open up?
So I just echo what Gabriella has said. That being said, I should highlight that our boards are driven by the public interest framework. We do not count votes. I want to reiterate that. We do not overweight one group over the other, but we analyze feedback and comments, which we get throughout the process of our standard setting, with a lens of the public interest framework and the qualitative characteristics of standard setting. We make all of our decisions in the public marketplace, and we try the best we can to give feedback. And on that point, we're focused on recommendations. But over the last several years, both boards have done significant efforts to be more collaborative, engage more people. I know in the case of ISSA 5000, and I'll speak to my board because I know it more, we engaged literally thousands of people in that process. And at each board meeting, we talked about what we heard, and we'll be even more deliberate going forward on that. And I think that's really the case. Like, we're always trying to establish best practices for due process, and that's the spirit. We'll take any recommendations forward. I should also note that discussions about our process and procedures also entail the conversation with the PIOB and the monitoring group, who have oversight responsibilities for these organizations.
Thanks, Gabrielle. Thanks, Tom. So a lot of 10 cards up. So Ivan, can we start with you, please?
Yes, good morning. And as a former CFO and board member of regulated firms like insurance companies, Mafre, Zurich, and banks as well, and member of audit committees and risk committees of different companies. My question is, going back to what Tom said, the quality of the audit work. And given the regulation of, everywhere and the recent events, I'd like to discuss really how we measure the quality of the audit work. is that I think this is important because what's the value of the other's work? Because what's happening right now throughout the globe and in some countries like here and is that companies have been doing a lot of work to raise the bar, okay? And somehow, I was in China in a work trip last year, end of last year. And somehow, I may say that the audit role is right now, I think for the first time ever, it's something that we need to discuss the value of this. Because what we are seeing in Australia, in China, and in a lot of places is what we saw with the rating companies before. That as a CFO, every time that I needed to raise funds, I needed to hire a rating firm to confirm, to put a stamp in my, in my paper, right? And we realize in Europe what's going on in Europe and so on, that a lot of regulators don't require a rating in the, for the issuers. So if we think about that, how both boards are and Gabriela emphasized a lot public interest. How we will make sure that the value that we put really quality, value on the audit work. Thank you.
Thanks. We will have a session, the third session, which does address, I hope, value of the standards. We can pick it up then. Tom, do you want to make any specific response to that now? Because we do have a lot of...
Yeah, I don't think there's anything more to say that we'll deal with in part 3, but I think it's worth reminding why we have audits and why this is slightly different than credit rating agencies. The fundamental principal agent problem exists in financial reporting. Audit work is meant to mitigate some of the challenges associated with the principal agent problem by providing a trusted intermediary who's working on behalf of the owners of the company to provide trust into the system. I think this is something that a nugget that we should take back, though. And remember, credit rating agencies probably in many instances depend upon either audited financials or other information that they gather. But I think it's a valid point, and let's take that one in much more detail in session 3.
I just welcome Ihiani. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining from, I don't know, are you in Abuja or Lagos or somewhere? But anyway, good to see you. Right, Yinhua, could you take the floor, please?
Yeah, thank you, Alan. For us, technologies are challenging auditing standards, the suitability of auditing standards. Recently, in the US, the Marlon Isk, the Doge, use AI or data analytics to audit public expenditures. So what does it mean for financial statement audits? We can argue they are auditing public expenditures. They are not auditing financial statements. But for financial statement audits, can we use this kind of technology? Or we can argue that we already used that several years ago, data analytics. So what's new? What's the implications for auditing standards? So this is the first. Second, the fraud, the detection. Now frauds are conducted with collation. So traditional audit procedures have no effect. So if your confirmation accounts receivable, yes. So the audit didn't find the problems. You can argue that, oh, we audit, we only provide reasonable assurance. There are limitations for audits. But users or regulators can say, can you use technology to detect frauds, to raise the assurance you provide? So the second. The third, we are asked, how do you audit data assets? Many clients are incorporating data as their assets. And how do you audit AI clients, AI generated numbers? So it poses challenges. For IAASB, we turn for IAASB for leadership and guidance on the use of technology by the auditors and the clients. So I agree with Tom has said, IAASB can have a two-step approach. First, provide some guidance. When the guidance are approved, they can update it to standards. I agree with that. However, we welcome the technology position of IAASB. It's very good. It's very good. However, there are still something we can do. If you analysis the composition of IAASB's members, still traditional auditors. You know, you can, maybe I'm wrong, please correct me. No new generation of auditors who are expertise in using AI or using such kind of audit new procedures. Second, generally, the standards are still not saying too much about use of technologies. We are increasing them, but generally you can you have difficulties in find a specific requirements on you should use this technology. Maybe in the future we can see them. So I agree with IAASB. We need to step up our efforts to embrace technologies. Thank you.
Thank you, Yinhua. Tom, do you want any quick responses?
Well, I think your questions really sort of go to what we're trying to solve in our approach. Yes, our standards were basically agnostic on technology, and that's why we put out the technology statement, which indicated that we will no longer remain silent on that. And again, the work that we're doing on audit evidence, risk response, and analytical procedures is sort of try to create that framework. The reason we need to be consultative in our approach is precisely we need to actually reach out to the people who are implemented the technologies, both in audit firms, but not just in audit firms, at the preparer level too. Remember, technology is happening at two levels: the people who are actually doing the reporting, who need their technology to be audited, and also the firms themselves. And then the important connection point is to the regulators too, to make sure that if we're going to facilitate technology through their standard setting, then it's accepted by regulators too. And then that sort of captures new generation of auditors. So I think we are effectively trying to answer the questions you raise, they're important questions to continue to raise because we'll need to be accountable that we are responding to them. But I welcome those insights.
Matthew? Thanks. Yeah. Just a question, Tom, first. On the slide where you have no new major standards until 2027, is that kind of referring to no effective dates, no new effective dates prior to 2027, or no new consultations prior to?
No new standards finalized and approved. Like, there will not be a vote. We don't expect the big standards we're working on right now, audit evidence, risk response, and analytical procedures, that it will be happening in the latter half of 2027, which then means that effectively the implementation date for those will be 2029, most likely at earliest.
Got it. Thanks. Yeah, I think just two comments. I think one on technology. I think we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that there's been. I mean, technology has always been developing or always been changing. And I think I'm speaking from a user perspective, so outside of the profession, but I think the profession has done a good job at navigating the last 30 years of the personal computer, the internet, ERP systems, and so forth. And I think the standards have basically done a pretty good job with all of that. So is the next few years actually more significant than the last? I actually don't know. So I think there's probably a lot to look back on and a lot to appreciate or learn from the prior sort of technological revolutions that I think have been done. I think those technology agnostic standards or principles have actually been pretty successful. I think the part about, I think Gabrielle was talking about the implementation support and adoption support. I think that's going to be especially key in this sort of deregulatory mood to support, I think, as much as the boards can support audit regulators, frankly, on these new standards will be key, because standards without the regulation, they're probably not going to then deliver the intended effect, right? So deregulation, I think of it as actually a huge risk for the boards in terms of undermining the work, the good work that you're doing. So I think to the extent that you can help provide, I guess, whether it's regulators or others, in terms of like what your intended effect of the new standards are, what are the most specific pain points, where is the implementation most likely to go wrong, to sort of take some of those, to sort of share some of, obviously you have the expertise because you wrote the standards. So I think that idea, or that thread here about implementation and adoption support or supporting regulators, I think is well aligned with that, and I think it's pretty key. Thanks.
Matthew, thank you. And, do come back on in session 4 when we do talk about deregulation and the impacts specifically, because we saw that as significant risk to the standard setting process. And so please let's discuss that later as well. Thank you. Natasha?
Great. Excuse me. Thank you very much. And thank you so much, Tom and Gabriella, for your presentations and your ongoing kind of work and commitment on these issues, which are so important, particularly now. I think, and again, I'm also speaking from a user's perspective, investor perspective. I think, we've talked about deregulation, but I think what makes this particularly dangerous, toxic, is that it's happening against a backdrop of a more relaxed approach, I think, to truth and facts. And therefore, I would just echo Gabriella's point around the utmost importance of the external audit in this environment to underpin trust in markets, lower cost of capital, and ultimately long-term economic growth. And I think continuing to frame it that way is really, really, really key. I think also, though, as a regulator step back, and I would echo Matthew's points, I mean, I think if anything, we should be calling for them not to do so, but to the extent that they are, I think therefore we should be calling, or the boards, if they can, be calling for others, so investors, audit committees, and auditors themselves to step up to fill that void, because all of us have an interest in the reliability and effective audit. So I think where we may have sort of sat back and let regulators do it in the past, I think now we need to be stepping up and actually publicly advocating for rigorous audit. and anything that the boards could do in making public statements, press releases around this sort of thing, I think drawing attention to it, I think would be incredibly important. And Tom, you mentioned the next step of setting up a working group, I think, with practitioners. To my point just now, I would love to see a working group of users, investors, maybe one of audit committees as well, to really get them, I know it's been very difficult to engage with this community, but really get them to understand in this environment why, if they continue to step back, then, then it's their capital or their client's capital that is at risk. And so they need to now start stepping up on this. And I think a particular emphasis on governance related standards, so transparency, the CAMs, and making those more meaningful, independence. I know this is key in both professional skepticism and from IASBA's perspective, but the notion of routine competitive tenders, which we get in Europe, but not here, but that is something that I think users would have strong support for. And strengthening notions of accountability and dialogue directly between auditors and users on a kind of routine basis, which is public. So you have an AGM, you often get a vote for auditors, you often get a vote for their REM. You don't have a mechanism to communicate with them. And there's no issue here of non-public material information if it's done in a public environment, in a controlled environment. And these are sorts of things I think you could get users to take an interest in and to step up on. So I suppose I'm saying that there's a silver lining maybe to the deregulation, because it kind of puts a spotlight back on those who really ultimately benefit most from audit, and they need to start stepping up. And the extent to which you can facilitate that, I think the better. Thank you.
Thank you, Natasha. You echo some of the concerns I have, which I discussed in the last few weeks at some board meetings myself. You just take those comments on board? Do you want to sort of any quick responses from either of you?
Just very quickly, we are setting up a user contact group, so that's very much in line with you. That what I said about the practitioners for 5,000, that's on implementation challenges for actually implementing 5,000, but I think our user contact group would have a broader remit than that, Natasha.
Thank you, Natasha, and the others as well. These comments have been already very helpful, but with respect to this proposal to connect more with investors and users, this is really an objective for the IESBA as it is for the IAASB, and all the help here I am making almost a call, all the help that we can get in understanding how we can better connect with investors will be extremely welcome. We have already a group of investors with whom we regularly connect. Of course, we have IOSCO through whom we can get there, but the closer connection, mostly with companies, audit committees, would be extremely helpful, not only to make the work helpful for them, but for us to understand what is needed. So couldn't agree more. We need help in that respect to get closer to the companies, and this is a conversation that I'm always having with even some of you.
Doug?
Thanks, and I think Dwayne might have been before me, so if you don't mind. Thank you to both Tom and Gabriella for your presentation. It's been very helpful. This question of timeliness versus deregulation has been very much on my mind as well, and I appreciate the challenges for standards in the current environment. I think Natasha's comments were quite helpful as well. It is a matter of balancing up deregulation with trust, the value of audit, and also when there are potentially tougher economic circumstances, the value of audit is perhaps even greater, and the time and effort that needs to go into that rather than the other way around. I recognise we're at a point in the cycle and standard setting where perhaps there's a natural delay in standards being issued because a number have come out on sustainability, going concern, fraud, for example. But just to re-emphasize, it's important to keep the pipeline going in terms of trust. And there are important projects, I won't go through them all, that do need to be worked through to have things coming through in time as well. I guess one of the things I'd mentioned, and I'm conscious of the comments as well on technology, I didn't want to dwell too much on it, but just to say, while appreciating the need for due process and consultation, there is a need for timeliness in some of the areas, and it might be guidance, as you say, Tom, on things like AI, but I don't know that means guidance in a couple of years, might mean guidance more quickly. Standards are principles-based, so I do agree that they effectively cover what's needed. There's a lot of things that aren't actually new in technology used in audits as well, but there are some specific points. I guess the other thing I particularly wanted to cover was, and it ties in with post-implementation reviews. A number of the standards are new, particularly in the sustainability space, and so I can understand not wanting to open up standards about sense confidence and stability in the standards, but if there are particular questions arising in the implementation, then actually maintaining confidence in the standards might actually mean making narrow scope amendments early to ensure that they operate effectively and so forth. Not everything will necessarily be capable of being dealt with by guidance. I suspect there's many things we could talk about, but there's a couple of days still to go, and I don't want to preempt all of those discussions, but just to say I do appreciate the difficulties in the balance, but also making sure that we are responding and making sure that there is still confidence in the whole process and the standards. I'm not saying there's anything fundamentally broken, but that we continue to be responsive and not delay everything because of an undue focus on deregulation.
Thanks. Dwayne?
Thank you, and it's great to be here. Thanks, Tom and Gabriella, for and your teams for the amount of output that you have shared with us today. It is really amazing, and part of the reforms were to create a more responsive and agile process, and I think you've demonstrated the past 2 years what that can look like, and so kudos to you. I think when I read through your material, I think it really resonated with me that you're acknowledging that there's been a significant level of change that has been introduced to the ecosystem. And I think one of you mentioned it's not just the auditors, it's the preparers, it's actually users understanding how the audit maybe is providing more assurance than it might have in the past. And all the education and implementation guidance and awareness that requires to really get the value, as others have mentioned, that people really value how the new standards are improving the audit. I think taking a little bit of time to make sure you're focusing in that area really makes sense to me, and I commend you for that. I think that the one thing that struck me, and I know we have a next session, number 2 on the agenda is, trends. It's already been mentioned a number of times, so I won't belabor it, but I do think technology is the one area that perhaps if there's something that forces you to maybe adjust your plan, that might be the area that, my impression is the adoption of some of these advanced tools in AI and other types of tools is happening much more quickly than maybe we even thought 6 months ago. On the ground. And, Matthew raised a good point. Back in the day, Excel spreadsheet was a major innovation, and that had a bunch of implications, and we've always adapted. But I do, in my experience, this seems to be a little bit more advanced and maybe a more pervasive adoption in a very short time frame. So that is one area that, as I thought about your strategy and your work plan, that may be something that you would have to move things around to put that more in the front than even you've suggested so far. And so I'd offer that. I didn't see anywhere else on the agenda to offer this, Gabriella, on your project on firm culture and governance, so I'll mention it here. You did mention in your remarks that you're still evaluating, what exactly the output might look from that. I did have a chance to take a look at the final working group report, and similar to some of my observations a year ago, I have a little bit of pause about if that is the highest and best use of your resources and your time relative to the mandate that we have in terms of standard setting for ethics for accounting practitioners. And, some of the themes, and I mentioned this a year ago, some of the themes are really significant. We're talking about concepts of firm ownership structures and service line offerings and business strategies. And, it just feels like that is above and beyond the remit of IASBA and its terms of reference. And that while they definitely all have public interest implications, all of those types of things, to me, that feels more like a government or market regulator kind of remit, not the ethics standard setting board for practitioner accountants. So I just would offer, especially when you think about enforceability, and we have an objective in our standard setting here that whatever we're going to put out needs to be measurable and enforceable. And I don't know that audit oversight regulators that typically would be inspecting against our standards or enforcing against our standards, that they have remit over these types of issues about how firms are structured, what service lines they're offering, that type of thing. And certainly not within FER. Some of them do, but many don't. PCAOB doesn't, for instance. That's SEC in the US. FRC maybe a little bit more, but mainly my experience across the globe is that you wouldn't have that jurisdiction. And so I just would offer with technology and including ethics in the use of technology, it's that, in my mind, that might be more relevant and important and urgent than maybe the firm culture. The other thing I'd offer as an aside is, and I know you're doing more work, so it may be premature, but I didn't feel the working group report really laid out enough analytical support to show that standard setting was the right answer to the problem, and that did we really understand the root cause, and would standards have really prevented some of these serious but relatively isolated types of instances. So that's another factor that I would just offer. And I think that was what I wanted to talk about. Oh, and then finally, and importantly, in the appendices to the report, Appendix 3 lays out what's already in the code, and Appendix 5 lays out how SQM1 addresses leadership and governance for audit quality and how it addresses ethical requirements being met. And I really wonder if we should give that some time to see how that works in improving firm culture, improving firm governance. And maybe if you were going to expedite any kind of post-implementation review, maybe, Tom, it's of those two areas of SQM1 that would then help inform Gabriella's team about, well, wait, maybe we already have a solution that's being implemented and we give it a little time to take, and that's enough. So it's just another thought I had. I didn't see it anywhere else on the agenda, Alan, so I thought I'd mention it now, but happy to talk offline as well, Gabrielle.
Thank you, Alan. Very quickly, thank you very much for offering your views, Duan. Of course, we can take it, and I think we should take it offline, but just two clarifications that I think that I need to provide at this point in time. First, on technology, the IASBA already did the job. We approved the project, standard setting project, in December 2023, I suppose, with amendments to the code to include technology impacts or ethical and independent impacts of technology in the work of accountants. And we issued a significant number of installments of thought leadership materials, etc., which, as far as we know, have been largely used to support accountants. So it's not, I'm not saying that we can't do anything and that we shouldn't do anything. We have a working group which is working ongoing, and we have an external group of experts and etc. So we are really having that topic in on our radar to see if at any point we need to add something. So this was the first thing. The second is that I think that there may be some kind of misunderstanding with respect to the objectives of the project, because what we do not really want to do is to touch upon questions related to the structures that the firms decided to have. That's not the remit. That's in the remit. That's not the objective of this work. And I have the chance of having Chana here, so he may want to have a conversation with you as well. But the objective is to address some elements, some realities within the existing structures, and without making any suggestion or reference to which structures should the firms take. The only thing is that the project aims at addressing everyone and the firm itself as it is in all its line services and etc., without making any suggestion to change structures, or because we agree this is for the regulators. We spoke about it, we discussed. That's not for us to say you should have this structure or you should have the other structure. This was just a clarification, but happy to take it offline, and I think that Chana will be happy to have a conversation.
Yeah,
with you
thank
as
you.
well.
That would be helpful for me. Thank you.
Abdelila, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentations. Thanks to the chairs for the presentations. Just two quick comments and one question. First on the strategic recalibration toward implementation support rather than continuous new standard. I think this is welcome. The listening, understanding, appropriate action approach allows for proper absorption and adaptation of existing standards before introducing new requirements. And I think the second point on technology, again, the consultative approach to technology integration is critical and very, very important. But due to the accelerating digital transformation across regions, I think we see that many jurisdictions are pursuing ambitious fintech and regtech initiatives and simultaneously developing regulatory frameworks for digital assets. Perhaps the boards should consider some ways of having a more structured engagement mechanism with the technology innovators to ensure standards remain relevant to the evolving business models while addressing at the same time the emerging risks. My quick question then is on for the board's commitment, given the board's commitment to no new major standards until 2027 and enhanced implementation support, if you could perhaps share your perspective on how the boards plan to engage with regional standard setters and regulators, in particular in emerging markets, to ensure implementation guidance addresses region-specific challenges while maintaining global consistency. Thank you.
Okay. So yeah, will remain. I think the biggest thing is we're going to continue doing what we've been doing in terms of engagement with regional and global bodies. I'll be in Latin America next week, precisely doing that with regional standard setters later this week. We have our meeting of jurisdictional standard setters as well. We will continue to leverage. This is one area of great partnership with IFAC as well, where they host regional connect events where we usually piggyback off that. It's very much a key priority for us, will remain a key priority. Just because there'll be a little bit of a gap in standards approved does not mean we're stopping our work. And there's an intensification of our outreach efforts around the world, leveraging regional bodies where they exist, and global bodies when they meet regionally.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I mean, as a transition member that has been in the CAG and now in SAC, in SAC, I first must commend the transformation by the two boards, actually. There is a great transformation in terms of the focus of the two boards, as well as the collaboration, as well as in the area of the quality of meeting documents. It has significantly improved. And this is something that I have to give the credit to the team, as well as to the two chairs. The comment that I have is more on the implementation. I think there is a greater focus now on implementation, and more discussion has been made on that regards. But I think there is a need to develop a database for the implementation. And perhaps I would like to suggest that if implementation can be considered as one of the key agenda of every SAC meeting, to be able to have more discussion on the implementation, especially considering the gap, that we take advantage of the gap until 2027 to develop a robust kind of framework for implementation. That will be very helpful. Perhaps the second point that I would like to also mention is related to this, is more on capacity building. I don't know what's plan are there in terms of capacity building, because you have the opportunity to have the diversity of membership from different jurisdictions in the SAC. So we should take advantage of that to facilitate the implementation and to coordinate for capacity building of those to implement the standard. I think this is something that is very important and relevant. The third point that I would like to perhaps give my views is regarding the post-implementation review. I think, I had, you are planning for 5 years. I'm not sure whether 5 years is too long for post-implementation review, whether we can consider benchmarking it with others to make it 3 years, depending on the nature of the standard. There are some standard we cannot, maybe some standard that requires early adoption, and then the post-implementation review can be considered for 3 years instead of 5 years, because there may be some issues that may be arising that needs urgent attention. And maybe perhaps a post-implementation review framework need to be developed and be shared with the SAC, so that we can be able to give our own inputs with regard to what's the process. I think like the IFRS and IASB, I mean, what they have and where other standard setting bodies also have, what they have is more or less like the degree of issues, the quality of issues that is being raised post-implementation review will determine whether you are going for revision of the standards or whether you are going for just releasing a technical guidance, or maybe a guidance note or technical release, or even a press release or public statement. That will determine that. And my last points that I would like to maybe highlight based on the presentation is more on the AI. A lot has been discussed, but we have seen for the least complex entities already, some regulators have already allowed for them to generate AI-generated financial reports. So how do we focus on auditing this, AI-generated financial reports? So this is where capacity building is needed at the board levels as well as for the industry. So I think this is something that we really need to put it as part of the priority area, so that we can be able to be ahead of what is going to come in terms of any malpractices or inadequate audit practices that may arise in the industry. My last point is more on the quality of standard development process. I would like to suggest perhaps, if we try to benchmark the two boards, is something that we need to look at right from the working group selection. How we get involved, all the stakeholders, who are the members to be in the working group, a particular project, that need to be perhaps strengthened. So, and then not only the working group, members, but as well how the public comments that we receive, how they are being treated. That matters a lot in transparency. So maybe perhaps in the agenda to be given to the SAC to improve the quality of transparency in the standard development process, these things need to be shared with the SAC and maybe need to be made public. And then people can see the transparency as well in the process. So these are my comments, but I sincerely must commend the transformation that both Tom and Gabriela have carried over the years recently for the two boards. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Hello. Can I bring in Conchita and then Hilda? Because I see Conchita's got her hand up.
Thank you, Alan. I appreciate very much the presentations made by Tom and Gabriela. I also appreciate all the comments forwarded by those who expressed their thoughts. I would like to focus on a few basic things that may be useful. We are really talking about the professional accountant. We are really talking about what standards they have to observe. We are focusing on public interest, which is very good. But technology has changed a lot of things. And I agree that perhaps we're lagging behind. You are now talking of the reality is we have real-time financial statements. But how long does an audit take? Only the big firms probably who can afford the use of technology can do faster audit and use AI. All right, this is a concern that the standard setting bodies should consider. It's not a question of not knowing because it belongs to another group. But maybe it's time that this be focused on. The use of technology. The mindset is still what was earlier mentioned, that it is still traditional audit. All right? So perhaps we should think about it. I appreciate all the efforts done, all the outreach consultations. But at the end of the day, you're talking of the professional accountant, their work as auditors, and their ethical behavior. But what drives now, what changed the world is technology. And it was mentioned that perhaps we are even using external experts. Where will it bring us? So these are observations that I am forwarding, and I like the statements made, jointly made by Gabriela and Tom, that we can do better. Let's do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Conchita. Hilda?
Thank you. I will not talk about technology, but I can relate to a lot of comments that have been made around, because it's a matter I'm sure we will come back to, because it's on the agenda and it needs to be addressed. I would like to give you two questions or comments we got over the last few weeks from the European perspective, and put towards us as an accountancy and audit profession. And one was, you guys ask too many questions, and another one was, you have too many pages when you come with all your standards. Okay, The first one, you asked too many questions. That comes from a number of European politicians, MEPs in the European Parliament. The one on the too many pages comes from the European Commission. Both are integral parts of, the ones that, as the Commission propose laws and legislation, and also standards in Europe, and the others that are there to approve them. So that has, I would say, taken us back a little bit as to, what does that mean? And, there was a reference to deregulation. I think we're still looking at competitiveness of companies, their financing, simplification, potentially burden reduction. And, Gabriela says that means there is more need for ethical standards, ethical behavior than ever. And that's not necessarily what are the expectations that, get put to us or in our environment. It's, the expectation is, you, as far as the standards that you have and that you use, you should go back, I would say, to the basics, look at what is really needed. Okay, the objectives are still there, but, you have, gone too far in how you have addressed this. That's very much the environment that we are in, and that we feel will be there for a while. And so that has an impact on when we start to talk about, for instance, sustainability, assurance, sustainability, and independence. That has an impact on the implementation of the adoption, which I think will be a very long and uphill battle, at least in our environment. And, then when we look forward, what does that mean more generally? There are those calls for a pause in standard setting that you have heard in the past. I think they are, at least within our context, louder and louder. That doesn't mean there is no, full conscious of the fact that the profession works in the public interest, should work in the public interest, that they have to uphold high audit quality, that they have to, use the necessary and abide by the necessarily independent standards. But, it's, has the pendulum basically maybe swung a little bit too far. I think that's where we are. And I would like to translate that sentiment to you. And it's more than a sentiment, I would say. So when then I look at that from the point of view of the profession, it's having an impact on, how they look at, what, what's next for us. And I think there is an issue about potentially buy-in, potentially feeling not having always been listened to. For instance, last week we had a first discussion on this collective investment vehicles exposure draft, and I'm not into this at all, but we had people from Luxembourg and Ireland, which is the third and the second, as far as the industry that this is relevant in, and they don't really recognize what they see in the standard. So I'm afraid you're going to have a rather critical comment letter from us if I correctly heard what I heard then. So I think that's my second point. How can we, have a better buy-in in your standards from the profession if there is some feel that, at least in some quarters, they don't feel they have been fully listened to, that, the concerns they have, the comments they have might not have been taken on board. I would like to leave it at that, but I'm sure I will come back to other matters in the course of today.
Thanks, Hilda. We'll pick some of that up anyway in later sessions. I'm just looking around. I think we've got at least 10 to 12 tent cards up, and we've got 8 minutes. So we may have to go a little bit beyond the 11 o'clock break just to give everyone a chance to speak. But I would encourage people to, reduce the amount of time you spend, and maybe, if it's already been covered, let's not cover it again and try to see if we can fit all in, because I think every voice is important and every voice should be heard, particularly picking up what you just said about being listened to. So Nicholas, please.
Yes, thank you to Tom and Gabriela for the presentations and the staff for presenting all the work. I'd just like to add that artificial intelligence, we are in the period of technology revolution. And 6 months ago, we couldn't imagine something, and in the next 6 months, we won't be able to imagine what is going on. So speaking with auditing firms and listed companies with technology advancement, and I think that what Tom has proposed, that should be, it's on our list, it's and to monitor it and to give guidance in the short term and see how it progresses, because we see that in auditing firms, big auditing firms give billions of dollars to invest in AI, and also listed companies, and the small companies, small audit firms or small listed companies do not give that much money on artificial intelligence and technology. So I think what Tom has proposed for giving guidance in the beginning and to just hang on and see how the best practices go on, because the revolution is going to change everything, I think. The second item that I would like to see, and I agree that the post-implementation previews, the 5-year period, I think is very well period, because you cannot see the problems arising in the first 2 or 3 years, and I think 4 or 5 is the excellent period for reviewing the standards and see how the market has progressed. And the other item that I see in listed companies is the corporate governance that Natasha has shared for audit committees, and there I see there's a big change in big audit listed companies and small listed companies, and and I think this is also worldwide. It's not only in Greece, but I think that because there's lots of big companies and they want the audit committee to be the third pillar with the auditor and the internal. So big companies, the audit committee is working well, because we've investigated on audit committee work in our jurisdiction. But we see that small listed companies, the audit committee. And I think for small listed companies, for audit committees, I think we should see something how we can improve for small listed companies, the audit committees and the work that they do. Thank you.
Thanks, Nicholas. Stephen?
Thanks, Alan. And thank you, Gabriella and Tom, for setting the stage on what you have done and what you intend to do. I will be very quick with 2 quick points here. And one, I might be preempting it for the upcoming regulatory agenda item, but the recent developments in the US regarding the PCAOB, the accounting watchdog, and potentially this congressional bill going through, potentially disbanding it and consolidating it into the SEC. What that means in terms of implications, how you guys are thinking about that from both boards' perspectives, that would be helpful. And the second point, maybe a smaller point, but the enhanced integration between the IAASB and IESBA that you speak about, that seems to have been a consistent theme. This is our 3rd meeting, and it's great to say that, but what does that really mean? What are you trying to solve for? Maybe some tangible examples about that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Javier?
Okay, thank you. And yeah, very concisely. And just to say that I think for investor is very key the implementation. I think Matthew already touched upon that. And I completely support that idea because, for instance, with the new standard on the ISSA 5000, we have to see how it's implemented, how it works, to be able to trust completely the work done and to see how efficient it is. So that's a very key one right now. And in that regard, I have to say that already someone mentioned about communication between investors and the boards. I have to say on my standpoint already that has started already. I think already we had several meetings with the board, with some members of the boards, and hopefully will continue. But I have to say that that bridge already, on our side at least, it has started to move on. And that's it. I have more things, but I'm not going to go on.
Well, we've got another day and a bit, so I'm sure we'll have plenty of time. Thanks, Javier. Chicago?
Actually, Chicago. So thank you for presentations. And then I've been really grateful for being able to serve for us, SAC, and then really in the last 12 months, understanding a lot how the work done by the two boards really make the IFRS and then also ISSB standard to be really effective. And then from that point of view, I'd like to just talk about two things. One is the stakeholders engagement, especially with the users, investors, and the preparers. And the second one is the public interest. And then that's because I come from a financial group in Japan, in Asia. And we have two asset management companies and trust bank. So we are users and also at the same time preparers of the work done by two board. And the stakeholders engagement with regard to the users, I think is very important, in order to enhance the implementation of the work done by two board. And I think serving in the last 12 months, it's really my impression, but then these two users' view are not that easy to be reflected in the process of the developing a standard, because I think the sheer large number of the users, and then how to really incorporate their views are not that easy, I guess. But then maybe that need to be a part of the work stream. How to really systematically approach with them. And especially, I think asset owners are important, but then at the end of the day, views of the asset owners, I feel more important, because at the end of the day, their intention and then importance are really reflected by the work of the asset managers, and then which are largest number of the users of our work. And then the second is the public interest. When we say, I think in the public interest is a word that we hear probably the most often here at the SAC and then probably at the two board. But then what exactly do we mean by public interest? It's probably different according to who you are really talking to. And then here, it's my impression is that it's a little bit narrowly defined. The meanings of the public interest here. It's more kind of seen by the CPA professionals lens, rather than more kind of including the whole system of the capital market, which I think need to be discussed in the next session and so on. Now that kind of a private equity, private markets are really becoming important. So probably we need to really define what do we really mean by the public interest, when we discuss here. Thanks.
Thanks, Chicago. Claes?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for the presentation. I think this has been an excellent session discussing a couple of points to pick up on. I think that what we're facing here with the large number of standards that you have issued here in later years are really welcome period of calm. I think that's important to focus on implementation of what you already have here. I've sensed that in this changing environment with the regulation and pressure on this is that kind of adoption, so to say, or acceptance of what comes out from the standard setting boards is a key issue here. And the way that you're trying to address it, which is quite logical, was supporting implementation, of course, that's quite natural. However, the way that we have worked in the past and work also assuming in the future is a staggered approach. First of all, it's the implementation phase, and then after 5 years or a couple of other years, we go into post-implementation review. My sense of feeling is that given the environment that we are working in today is that we probably need to do it another way. I think that already in the implementation phase, you need kind of pick up issues that are there that might need to be addressed. I think 5 years is far too long. I would see another type of integrated process already from the beginning. You need to reach out to the auditors, to the practitioners. You also need to reach out to the regulators, because the regulators are there to kind of say that has this improved audit quality, for example. That's a key issue. And I think in order to address this in this times in this environment, I think the process needs to be tweaked in another way, because 5 years is far too long to say if this works or not. Also taking into account that, I mean, I think the frame of working, we're thinking about all audit of PIs or financial institutions. That's basically the base there. But I also think about the audit of SMEs and also the work of SMPs in this situation. So in order to get a feel of what needs to be, is standard working as intended or not, I would say that think about if you can have another process in order to more rapidly catch up on key issues or key concerns that might be out there. Thanks.
Thank you, Claes. Nana?
Yeah, thank you so much. First, I'd like to apologize that I can't be there in person, but I will try my best to be there for the next meeting. I want to also make my comments brief. First of all, I think it's I resonate with both chairs sharing a lot, and especially the mention about investors' opinions and Natasha's comments. Also, the point of deregulation, and this is the time for how we address. This is actually a more important time for us to come together and make changes to the current rules to make it more practical. I also want to emphasize on there was one topic I saw, going concern. That's one of the things that's going to be focused on. So I think it's very much what we as an investor worried about when we're looking at for future audit opinions, because given the economic situation and also especially when I'm based in Hong Kong, so where we work on is a lot of emerging markets, so the audit quality is not as we would like to see in many cases. So I think going concern is going to be an important issue in the near future when we look at all the audit reports. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan?
Thanks, Alan. I'll be quick. I just wanted to emphasize two things that have been said. The first is related to technology and the tech-first focus and approach of the boards. I think it's really important to the relevance of the audit. And there are huge expectations of a whole host of stakeholders, including the younger generation, who we're trying to attract and retain. And I think we all know that we have a talent shortage right now within our profession. Principles, as Matthew mentioned, I think have served us well, particularly when businesses and public accounting firms are at different maturities in their adoption of technology. So just kind of a caution in how you're approaching it, recognizing that there are large and small companies, public and private, that are going to be impacted. And then the second, I want to leverage something that Dwayne mentioned, and I want to amplify that. And it relates to kind of good standard setting being independent of regulation and recognizing that the standards themselves are not regulation. So the standard setting boards need to be pretty careful about how they engage in the regulatory process, and that standards aren't always necessarily the best answer, particularly when principles exist already, and then guidance can sufficiently be developed to help guide practitioners and firms in what they need to do. So thank you.
Susan. Jose?
Thank you very much to Tom and for the presentation and the people over here. I don't know if you can hear me because I have many problems with Zoom.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay,
Yeah, we can.
So my point is pretty quick. I am talking during the last weeks with many presidents of universities in Latin America and the US. I have a meeting with a C-level of Big Four, and the number of accounting students is decreasing dramatically. The information that I have is the number of accounting students in the US today decreased 50%, 50% over the last 2 or 3 years. And the same happens in Latin America. I don't know how it's in Europe or in Asia. But my point is that maybe it is related to the artificial intelligence and also with deregulation. So I would like to ask, maybe the question is for Susan or for IFAC, but is there any concern about in our two boards regarding the future of the accounting profession?
Thank you. This is a big topic. I mean, Susan mentioned it. It's certainly being discussed across the profession. And I'm sure the two standard setting boards are very much aware of the risks associated with not getting the professionals coming into the profession going forward. So let's keep that as a live topic. Koichiro, please.
Thank you very much. So from the IOSCO's standpoint, in terms of the priority of the agenda, we fully agree with Tom and Gabriela about importance of the implementation and adoption, especially for the sustainability-related area. So we think that this is a particularly important area because this is a new area and practices are still developing. So it's very important to find fact and make sure what is the real problem and address the problems in a timely manner. That is very important. Having said that, needless to say, financial statements audits are also very important area for the capital market, and we appreciate the continued effort of the IAASB and IESBA for the audit standards as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Koichiro. Hiani, please, online.
Thank you very much, Chair, and apologies for not being there in person. A lot of things have been said on one or two issues, but my focus will be on stakeholders engagement. There is quite a lot going on by IESBA and IAASB on stakeholders engagement, but I think there is need to do more, especially engaging with regulatory bodies. We need to identify the regulatory bodies that can assist these two standard setting bodies in ensuring implementation, especially in the Global South, not just releasing standards or developing standards for developing. We really need to strategically align with the respective stakeholders, regulators that are involved in ensuring that the standards released either by IESBA or by IAASB are being implemented. That is one. On the post-implementation review, I think is very critical. It helps a lot in identifying areas of complexity, areas that are having some issues, especially as the IFRS Foundation does in their own. And here I align with the 5 years period to enable quite some time to check the implementation of the said standard and also prepare for review. But what matters most is what comes out of these reviews we want to carry out. And my last point, I think have been said by one of the members here, is capacity building. We really need to have a a focus on capacity building, especially for Global South, if you ask me. There are a lot to be done in this area to, one, get people involved, get people understand what it takes, and especially get people to develop the courage, especially in the areas of ethical issue. We have good ethical standards, we have good auditing standards, but the courage to implement some of these is lacking in most of the emerging markets. So I think this will be area for now. The technology has been over emphasized, so I wouldn't want to contribute anything to that. Thanks.
Thanks, Ihani, and sorry you couldn't come. Monica, and then Vicky or Vasiliki, I'm not sure. Vicky, yeah.
Thanks, Alan. Try to be quite brief. First, congratulations on the initiatives of both boards on hearing the stakeholders and putting these discussions in force to clarify expectations. And from the few I have been participating in, it was clear that frequently some stakeholders don't really understand what is the work, what is involved in the activity. So it's good to reinforce this need to clarification, not only on a specific point of a new project, but also in relation to the expectations from an audit or from an activity as a whole. Related to capacity building, it was somehow mentioned by others already. But it's important to focus, and this is something that I have been observing in my region, it's important to focus also on local and regional regulators. So capacity building, we frequently focus only on the profession or on SMPs. But at the end of the day, when we observe discussions, what we see is that some regulators really don't understand what is coming from the new standards, what's coming from the new definitions. So they are working, and I can face this in my region. So they are working very hard on a focus of copy-paste, which is exactly what the standards want to avoid. This is exactly what the boards want to avoid. So to make sure they are prepared really to understand and judge somehow what is coming from the profession to really achieve at the end of the day the public interest, because to achieve that we need to understand what is coming on that sense. Just giving a brief example on quality management is being funny not to be said when we hear the discussions of the peer review board in Brazil, that they mention, hey, we are having the peer reviews and the results of the reports are demonstrating that no one is really prepared. They are really copying and not focusing on what was being mentioned in the beginning on let's focus on risk, let's address it, and so on. So let's keep in mind that we focus frequently on the profession to be prepared, but we need also to make sure that regulators and the market as a whole really understands that, because otherwise it's easy to speak to ourselves, but we need to make sure this is clear to the market as a whole. And shortly, last but not least, technology. This was already addressed by some here. I believe it will be quite challenging for the boards to address technology. No doubt this is key. No doubt this is really pressuring. And this has been one of the main reasons of some, I wouldn't say the regulation, but local initiatives, let's say, which might cause significant problems in relation to use of international standards. But the point is that it is necessary to balance what is the focus that will be done, and maybe you're already doing that in relation to technology, not only considering the levels of the profession, so SMPs or medium firms, larger firms, but also considering the scenario inside the companies, so a lot of small and medium entities, a lot of regions in which the companies are not so developed in terms of technology. So what will be achieved, what will be focused related to technology is really relevant to make sure that the standard or the standards might really be applied on that sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. So Vicky, you have the last word.
Thank you. And I think everything has been said, but I'll say a couple of things anyway.
So I'm encouraged, Gabriella, Tom, thank you. I think there's a lot of things that you mentioned that are clear that you have taken into account comments that have been previously raised. For example, the pausing in the pace of the standard setting, etc. So thank you for that. I think what's important, regulation, as a practitioner is critically important actually for the corporate markets, and deregulation is a clear risk and is not good for anyone. So I think to Stephen's point as well, to focus on what that means for us with what's happening and to make sure that that doesn't derail what we're doing. I think multi-stakeholder involvement in all of this is even more important to make sure we don't get to an end point and then there's a lot of unhappiness at the end of it and we start again. I think technology, as has been said, it's moving so fast that it really does have to be principles-based, because we're going to be too late if anything comes up a year later and there's specific rules. And I think on the point Dwayne and Susan made around, is the standard sometimes the solution to a particular problem? I think it is important that we just do step back and make sure that that is so, because in a lot of the cases, the standard was there, it was just not followed. And that doesn't mean a new standard. So I think we must just be open to considering that. I think then finally, post-implementation reviews are critical. I do think a 5-year period is a bit long, and maybe it's at least some guidance or indication in the interim with so many things that are happening. Is it working? Do we need to change direction, etc.? But thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Vicky. So we've had a full engagement. Thank you so much. Oh, sorry. Is this a late minute hand, David, or did I miss it? My apologies.
Thank you very, very much. First, I apologize for not being there. I just wanted to add 2 things. Firstly, I'm greatly supportive of the path forward presented by both Gabrielle and Tom. I think I agree with a slower consolidating approach and to guidance. The second bit, and that's why I was late in raising my hand, was dealing with Stephen's point on the integration of the 2 boards. Yes, they're working much better together, but I want to keep in mind that our house of trust is based on the foundation of ethics standards. Those standards underpin the profession. And as a preparer, a regulator, and an auditor in my life, those are the key standards that we need to follow. And I think they cover pretty much everything we have to do. And then the audit standards provide the necessary principles for comparability and consistency in order to make sure that everybody around the world is following a similar approach to a similar problem. So I think they're needed together in our house, but they are different and they have to serve a different purpose. So with that, thinking about AI, machines do not have ethics. Man does. So algorithms don't have ethics. Man does. So we need to look at AI from a perspective of ethics to create a basis where man makes the decisions behind the machine as to how it's employed, when it's employed, and how it should be viewed and tested. So with that, thanks everybody. And Natasha's comments were great. Everybody's comments are great. I really appreciate this group of people. They're phenomenal thought processes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. So you used the word integration. I don't think that is what we're talking about here. I think it's about coordination across the 2 groups, collaboration, working closely together, etc., rather than integration of the board. So I've heard that word used a couple of times. So just want to stress that I don't think that is the intention, to integrate the boards, at least not as far as I know. And I don't think that was the outcome of the monitoring group review where we landed. So look, we've had a full day. We're 20 minutes behind schedule, but that's okay. What I would like to suggest is that we take a 20-minute break now, so we're just 10 minutes behind, And with your permission, we reduce the lunch. I'm not aware of anyone who wants a 1 hour lunch. I don't think any of us sitting around this meeting has the luxury of 1 hour for lunch. So, well, it will be a good lunch, but we can also have a good lunch in less than that. So I would like to see that we can still get back on time for sort of the afternoon session, or the next the afternoon session, by looking at the time we have for lunch, if that's okay with you. So I'm not going to try and summarize what's been a very engaging set of discussions, covered a lot of topics, which I know both Tom and Gabriella, and of course their teams, will be reflecting on. There are lots of common themes, and some of these, of course, we will come back to in subsequent sessions of the meeting. So for now, let's take a break. If we can be back at 11:40 New York time, and we'll get going on session 2. Thank you.
Now let's get.
Right, can we restart, please? Right, we're going to Claire, Hilda, we're going to. Thank you very much. So we're now going to move to session 2, which is trends in external reporting ecosystem. We're going to start with a short presentation by a member of staff. And as you've seen, we're going to break into 3 groups. I hope you've got the list with you. Group 1 will be in the green room, which I think is upstairs on the 6th floor. There's the internal staircase. As is the orange room, if I'm not mistaken. And the 3rd room is the committee room, which is through the door at the end. And there's a little room at the back. So let me, if I may, start? And of course, we'll break straight into lunch from our breakout sessions, and we'll aim to be back here, as I said earlier, at about 2:30. So we'll try to stick to the original time frame, but if we need another 5 or 10 minutes, that's fine. I'm sure we can manage that. So do I invite Isabel to kick off, please? Thank you.
Thank you. So my presentation will be very, very short, because the main focus of this session is really to have the group discussion, and really we want to hear you and not me talking. So this session, looking at the trends and what's going on in the environment, is really the first step, or one of the first step, when we look at the strategy and work plan. So the next strategy and work plan is 2028 to 2031. Might seem like a few years away, but it's actually like we have to start looking at it now. Our activities are really starting in the second half of 2025 to be ready in time for approval in 2027, so that it can be in place for 2028. The first step is really to look at what's going on in the environment, looking at trends, looking at the challenges and opportunities that we see that could have an impact, either a direct impact or indirect impact on our work as a standard setting board. We've looked at different resources, newspapers, publication, financial news outlet, industry research and report to come up with a list of trends that we put on the paper that you have that we shared with you a few weeks ago. There were some that had direct impact, and we did talk about some of them already today. So technology was a big discussion point, regulation, we touched on talent shortage, private equity. Those we saw that had a more direct impact, and we want to understand a little bit more what's your perspective on these trends, and how can we, how would that impact our work? But there's also other trends that we have to look at that have maybe an indirect impact, but we can't just ignore or overlook. So geopolitical challenges, climate change, and all that may also end up impacting our work. So we have to consider them. So again, like I said, it's the first step right now in our strategy and work plan activities. So really, we're looking at those in the next, starting now until the end of the year. And then in 2026, we'll continue with some outreach, doing some survey to really understand what the stakeholders have to say on the strategy and work plan. At the end of 2026, we're going to go into our consultation paper for the strategy and work plan, so that it's approved later in 2027, once we have considered the comments and refined the strategy and work plan. And so that we're ready for 2028. So really, that was a very brief introduction. We really want to spend the time in groups. So we have the groups there on the slide. The group that were in the appendix of the paper have been revised based on the attendance that there was a few changes in the attendance late last week. So we've revised them. We have a copy on your desk, or those are the groups on the slide. So like Alan said, green room is meeting upstairs. Orange room is also upstairs, and community room is at the back. There are some virtual attendants. You should have received the link. If not, please let us know. And so we will be breaking out for groups until lunch, until we break for lunch. All SAC members and official observer have been assigned groups. For public observer and staff, you're welcome to stay in this room, but there won't be any breakout discussion like with a moderator. Each group has a moderator and a note taker, so we'll have a report back after when we are back from lunch. So that's pretty much it.
So Isabel, can you maybe just explain how we're going to work in groups? So do we have members of the staff assigned to each room?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
And we got a number of questions that we would like to be addressed. So maybe you just want to talk a little bit about those. Thanks.
Yeah. So we have the 4 questions that were listed on the paper about their the trends that we have identified. And each group has a moderator that will facilitate the discussion and a staff member assigned to take notes so we can do the report back.
Okay. Any questions before we move into our groups? No? Okay, let's do so. Thanks.
Excuse me, Alan. If I would just add, for the discussion, some of you may identify additional trends that is not included in our paper, so feel free to share those with us as well. And as part of the discussion, we are gonna also ask you perhaps if the top 1 or 2 trends that you think we should look at. We're gonna ask for your thoughts on those as well. But yeah, so those are a couple of additional things for the breakout group discussion. Thanks, Alan.
Right. James, we're going to. Right, they're coming back in. No, I hate that. It's like being at school, the school bell, the headmaster ringing the school bell. Right, welcome back. So thank you very much. So we're now going to get the feedback from the three breakout groups. Certainly in my group, it was a very fulsome discussion. It was extremely insightful. So Isabel, do I invite you to sort of introduce what we're going to do over the next hour? Thanks.
Okay, so thank you. So I can say also for my group, we had a lot of good discussion. We had 4 questions. I think it happened also in different groups. We sort of have question 1, 2, and 3 discussed a little bit together. There was some things that were kind of irrelevant to all of the 3 questions. So the way we're proposing to report back is really going group by group, just talking about the big trends, how it impacts all together. So the first 3 questions, and then we can go back to question 4 after, which was a little bit different. I think in general, it was in our group, and I've spoken to the other groups, the trends that were identified in the paper were people agreed with them. They were related to the trends. They're not, although mutually exclusive, they're friendly. There's some integration, or like there are some things that we can look at it together. So that was the main point. And then, yeah, so I think we can go group by group, just talking about the different trends that were discussed and how it impacts our work. So should we go group 1 first? Anna?
Thanks, Isabel, and certainly happy to report back on Group 1's discussion. I think that's working. And really, yes, like Isabel said, all of the topics really did resonate that had been shared in the paper, and there was a lot of good discussion on them, and recognizing really interconnectivity in them as well. I'll touch on the 3 main themes that stood out, and then just mention a few others that I think from talking with the other group leads also sort of had come up in their groups. And so really the main matter that jumped out was really in the context of sort of this geopolitical uncertainty and volatility or changes to what globalization might look like at the moment, and this threat of fragmentation of the application of standards. The key topic really that was coming out was for the importance of maintaining that legitimacy and the relevance of international standard setting, and that conviction that, you know, high quality international standards do protect the public interest, and that really being a key focus of energy and activities needing to be sort of paramount and permeating everything. That then linked a lot with discussions around talent shortages. It seemed to hold at the same time that in this period of volatility, instability, at the same time as we have talent shortages, that discussion was going hand in hand with conversations about the emergence of AI and technology at a potentially faster rate than we had even thought about not 6 months ago. And the interplay and the interconnectivity between technology and all of the themes that had been identified relating to technology and talent kind of needing to talk to one another. So that sort of was a main second theme. And then the third main, I guess, area was a reframe, I think, into maybe opportunity of some big aspects that are happening in the environment. So with all geopolitical changes, we're seeing investment into new sectors or sectors where there hasn't been investment in for a while, whether that's from a climate perspective and investment in different types of energy, or in Europe, sort of looking at rearmament and all of these matters. There's a number of new areas where assurance services might actually become more in demand than they previously had, and they might actually look a bit different than they previously had. And so bearing in mind those sort of changes will also be important. And bearing that in mind. Other topics did come up, and I won't really touch on them in detail, but really around sort of just more generally changes in the regulatory environment. And we sort of did say we'd pick that up in a later session. But really also the other elements that did come up were around an eagerness, I would say, from different stakeholder groups to really be involved in the standard setting process, particularly driven by, for example, the sustainability efforts and investors who might previously not have been so focused on the standard setting process, now really wanting to be very involved. And so actually linking with that third theme around new opportunities for where assurance services may be deployed, that actually we have these new stakeholder groups that maybe have previously not been always continually so involved, being really eager to participate in the ongoing conversation. And then there were other number of topics that were touched upon, but I think those were really the main ones. I'll let if Jeff had anything he wanted to add to that.
Thanks, Anna. Just maybe one or two things. Towards the end, we did talk about perhaps the growth in the private market and what that means to the accounting profession in terms of, the audit side, evaluation and the need for more transparent audit. So we thought that was an interesting sort of perhaps trends that's happening certainly here in US, but in other parts of the world as well. In terms of the regulatory changes, we did hear about this. Certainly, there seems to be perhaps within the regulatory community a trend towards enhancing the corporate governance requirements, particularly in relation to transparency. And we have also heard one of the other things is perhaps there's generally a little bit more uncertainty in general and more volatility, more rapid changes, and that make us as standard press we need to look at. Sometimes we need to act quickly, but other times we need to act slower, in a slower pace. So I think the point is that we must not follow just one pathway of how we set standards and how we consider what might be necessary, because it really depends on what the subject matter is what the change is and how what's surrounding it. So I think that was a good point, as well. We certainly spent a lot of time, and as Anna talked about, in terms of the growth of technology and how that really is connected perhaps to the challenge of talent attraction and retention, and whether the growth in AI is really changing the demands and then what is needed from the accountancy profession and what the accounting profession can add value to that. And we've identified, of course, that out of all that growth, you still very much need professional judgment and human judgment, and so that's something that certainly we've sort of discussed quite a bit as well. And we talked about maybe what that means to certainly the auditing professions, but essentially those are the main things that we've covered in our discussion for the first three questions. So perhaps we'll pass to group 2.
Okay, so that would be me. Okay, so we had also the same trend, technology. We did spend a bit of time talking about technology, more sort of like the rapidly changing technology and how important that the timing of what the standard setting board releases, how important the timing is. So with that in mind, we were discussing also other tools that can be done by standard setting board as opposed to only standards. A lot of like the discussion around guidance, practice aid, practitioner alert, staff alert, things like that could be very helpful and help with the timeliness on what we produce as standard setting. The other big topic that we discussed, sustainability. So a lot of discussion about the fact that it is being implemented right now, and there's some clarity needed on the work effort that is demanded by the person who implements it, and also what is expected by investors. So there might be an expectation gap there, and then clarity would be very helpful to know. What is the expectation? What are we getting? So a lot of discussion around that topic. Fragmentation too we discussed it in the terms of sustainability. So now that jurisdiction is looking at what's happening in their jurisdiction, if everyone is putting some guidance like in their jurisdiction, how will that compare globally? And so that's why it's important that the International Standard Board maybe put something together so that it's for consistency. Another topic that was discussed, digital assets. So we discussed the fact that digital assets is really a global currency. So it will be important for global standard setters to put something there. Maybe having a working group to really reflect on what is happening, the issue challenges with the digital assets. Important, maybe reflecting on what's happened for sustainability, where in some jurisdiction maybe people were playing catch up. So maybe now is our opportunity to really be there upfront, and so really staying on top of that topic, and then ready when the time comes to put something together. The other thing that we discussed also, which was not really like in the trend, but maybe a bit outside of it, is the costs versus benefits. So although the group recognized that it might be really difficult to understand what will be the cost of putting or implementing a new standard, but it will be maybe a good exercise to do before something is put out there, to just understand like what will be the cost of implementing it versus the benefit or the value that will be there. But we recognize the challenges around that, but that was discussed. Another important thing, we discussed the trend, but also maybe looking at it a bit more, one step removed. So really looking at what's going on in the macroeconomic environment. So there's some shift in the entities. So the private market that Anna discussed, there's also some integrated reporting, new risks, new controls, and all that. But that's not really like something specific, but more on an overall basis, like how would the standard setting board be impacted by that? So really like maybe there's a need to just take a step back and really reflecting on what's going on more generally in the environment. Yeah, I think those were the big discussion point that we covered in our group. So maybe group 3, Carla, I don't know if it's you.
Yes, thank you. So in our group, our discussion was wide-ranging, so bear with me as I go through these points. Some of these points are overlapping with the other groups as well, but also a few others like to bring to attention of the SAC members. First of all, very important, what we discussed this morning, technology and digital transformation. It was a very dominant theme in our discussion, was a rapid integration of technology, especially generative AI, and it's across all the ecosystem of the financial reporting system. There was a concern about the black box nature of AI tools, or what the market is terming as hallucination, and the lack of governance framework that exists in the market. So as one participant noted, the real risk is that people are using AI without really understanding it. That raises a question for the SSBs. Do our standards provide adequate guardrails? What should be done by humans versus machine? There was some discussion of strong support for clarifying and not necessarily rewriting standards and issuing more guidance and showcasing best practices. There was also a concern and discussion about cybersecurity and data governance. So that wraps up the theme on technology and digital transformation. The next one is our group discussed the relevance and narrative of audit and ethics standards. It was a very powerful thread across our discussion, was the need to reframe the narrative of the value of an audit and standard setting. Despite the technical strength of our standards, the profession is facing a crisis of relevance in eyes of investors and the public. It was noted that some investors no longer read financial statements or reports, and instead may rely on AI tools and alternative signal as a way to decipher the the organization's health, financial statement health. And one participant put it plainly, we're losing audience that once depended on us. So this has two implications. First of all, we need to tell a stronger, clearer story about the role of audit assurance in protecting the public interest. And this means reinforcing our connection to trust, resilience, and economic stability. And so it's not just a compliance exercise. Second, there was a need to simplify how our standards are communicated. One participant shared that the audit opinion has gone from 3 paragraphs, 3 pages, and many has voiced that it's harder and not easier to understand financial statement these days. If investors and stakeholders do not or cannot grasp what's being assured and to what level, the standards will lose its meaning eventually, even if it's well crafted. The group did urge that the SSBs invest in clearer articulation, better outreach, and more intuitive products, particularly in new areas such as ESG and digital reporting. Strengthening that narrative layer of standard setting was seen as a critical as well as the technical content itself. As the other two groups touched on briefly on private equity investment, our groups discussed this growing influence of private equity investment in professional services firm. First of all, there was a general understanding, perhaps it's not always a threat or a bad thing, but do note that PE-backed acquisitions, especially in a second and third tier firm, sometimes will have significant impacts such as staff reduction and intense focus on financial performance. This has a ripple effect on the ethical culture and talent retention and quality. So there was a concern about erosion of professional values and weakening of governance structures. Let me move on to touch briefly on ESG and broader stakeholder expectation. There was discussion on the expansion of ESG reporting and its assurance. ESG has seen a broadened base of users for corporate disclosure, which brings in NGOs, civil society, and regulators. But as we've seen in the market, there are growing gaps. For example, in some jurisdictions, the S in the ESG is largely unmeasured. And there is concern for greenwashing, whether it's intentional or intentional, that is seen as a risk as well. And if I may wrap up a couple points, we talked about talent culture and firm structure. There was an area discussion about the shifting firm model and talent landscape. For example, private equity investment is changing how firms prioritize investing in talent, especially in second and third tier firms. In some cases, as I mentioned before, there's been a significant reduction of staffing and some focus on profitability that was shared by one particular participant. There was also the long-term effects of automation on talent, as I mentioned before, the use of generative AI. With entry-level audit work now increasing being automated, there is a fear that we are raising a whole generation of partners who grew up without foundational audit experience. So the SSBs were encouraged to maintain a strong focus on implementation support, education, and not just the rules of those standards. Thank you.
Yes, so thank you, Ellen. Perhaps before we pass it back to you, Ellen, to see if the SAC members have any additional feedback on some of those key themes that we discussed, we might go to question 4 first. So again, perhaps I'll ask Anna to report back on question 4 in terms of what else we can do and who else we could speak to in terms of get a better understanding of these trends that we've just talked about. Thanks, Anna.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. So just for context, as a reminder, that 4th question was really, we were seeking views to really get additional inputs on who else we might need to speak with, who else we might need to engage with, and anything else we might need to consider, just to recontextualize that question. And so we were given in our group a few bits of food for thought around engagement, dialing up our engagement with other standard setting bodies, both sort of jurisdictional standard setters in the same spaces, but also international standard setters in other contexts. So, for example, dialing up engagement with the IAASB, if we, to the extent that we already do, just making sure that we are all across the same global landscape, I suppose. And making sure that also we're finding ways to engage with those in corporate governance structures, so audit committees, others charged with governance, that we're more regularly finding ways to consistently engage with them and getting their perspectives, and not just focusing on the 5 broad stakeholder groups that we currently have identified, as getting a really good extra source of input to really, again, have dial up that legitimacy of our standard setting process. We were given two extra elements to consider. We had a bit of a discussion around the notion of thinking about the interaction between money laundering, so I guess non-compliance with laws and regulations, fraud and technology, and the intersection of those 3 topics as an area to think about. And also, this is where the conversation turned back a bit to digital assets and tokenization of the assets. I'll go with that. And here the conversation again touched back on really not losing track of that importance of the shift away from public funding to private funding of entities, and what impact that actually has on the auditability of entities, and really the transparency discussion also focused on that area. So that's where we sort of left.
Thanks, and I'll just add one thing, that there's also some suggestions for us to perhaps reach out or talk to the fintech industries and the companies, and also with technology innovators, in terms of get a better understanding of how it might be impacting certainly the accounting and audit professions. But with that, I'll pass to Isabel for group 2 on question 4. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. So we had a discussion on who we should engage with. So when we were talking about how to engage with investor, because it's a very important group that we need to engage a little bit more, we're giving something to consider, like more specific question, very relatable question to investor, to that group, trying to be asking those questions as in plain English as possible. So wording that is very easy to understand. That's very key when we're reaching out to that group. Also, getting different stakeholders together, that could be very important. So instead of all focusing like, okay, I'll reach out to users of the financial statements now, or prepare, trying to have everyone in one group so that people can hear different thoughts, different perspective. And actually, like when we did the breakout group in the SAC, it was a bit of that, because we had different stakeholder group in the room, and it worked really great. So that was a good proof of concept for that recommendation. Another thing that we discussed is being very clear on the value proposition, and I know we have a session tomorrow on that, but that come up a couple of times in our discussion, just making sure that people understand what is the standard setting board value proposition. And then the other thing that we discussed, things to consider in respect to the strategy and work plan, not really about the trends, but just the question was raised, is 3-year the right time frame for the strategy and work plan? Is it too long? And also, how do we input more agility or an ability to pivot in a project when the strategy and work plan is set for that long in advance? So really, do we have the ability to just maybe pause at some point, look at the new emerging trends, and reassess priorities, reassess resources where we should put them? So that's another thing that was discussed, just the time frame and the ability to be very agile with our strategy and work plan.
Thanks, Isabel. I think Linda just got maybe a couple of additional points.
Yeah, just sorry. I wanted to point out a little bit more on the strategy and work plan, because since that is kind of the reason for these breakout sessions, is to be thinking about the next strategy and work plan. And there was a real understanding of the fact that we are living in dynamic times, and and that requires kind of a different way of thinking about standard setting and even the strategy and work plan. So the group, I think, discussed the importance of having flexibility built into that strategy and work plan. There was one example that was given about a rolling 3-year strategy and work plan. There were some other suggestions as to different models, but thank you. But then ultimately there was a comment that basically the strategy needs to allow for pivoting. And if research has been gathered and there's a trajectory down a certain path, if at some point something else becomes more important, the standard setting boards need to be able to pick.
Thank you, Linda. Carla, thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. So on this question, our group has 6 points to raise. I'll be quick with these. Number one, the participants shared that perhaps the SSBs could focus on what's structural, not cyclical. As one participant shared, like if we try to respond to every stakeholder request, we end up regulating a short-term noise. So the advice was to prioritize issues that shape long-term future of the profession. So it's not just today's headlines of crisis. Point two, engage widely, but with intention. Consultation must be meaningful, not just inclusive. So it's the quality and not just the quantity. Stakeholders want to know when they submit a feedback, why, if the input was being taken or taken on board, or why not. So some kind of explanation of a document explaining that will be helpful. So that brings me to the next point about investors being underrepresented. Some participants noted that investor input has been sparse and future consultation should focus on more focused engagement with the investors, perhaps in a forum that's more familiar to them and not through like a very technical consultation paper. Our group did raise this point, which is interesting, is the risk of being an international board. The key concern raised was that some jurisdiction are moving in their own direction and developing and diverging from international framework. So there is discussion and perhaps the standard setting boards could strengthen the case for globally consistent standards and actively demonstrate the value of this international alignment. With that comes to the question about implementation support for local context. Some jurisdictions vary in their readiness and capacity to implement new standards. So the SSBs could consider implementation and capacity building to support critical stream to standard setting, especially in emerging economies or where public adoption is key. There was one suggestion that perhaps a way forward would be to consider pilot jurisdictional adoption instead of a global rollout, to test an approach through a pilot program, perhaps in collaboration with a national standard setter regulator to see how the standard will actually pay out and how it promotes public interest. And those are 6 points from our group. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Carla. So Ellen, perhaps we'll pass it back to you and see if you want to get more feedback from the SAC members or from Tom and Gabriella. Thank you, Ellen.
Thank you. So thank you, everyone, Anna, Isabel, Carla, particularly. What I'd like to do before we hand back and just open up a discussion to see if there are any other things that came out that perhaps we haven't fully discussed. Just if I could go to Gabriella and Tom to see if there's anything that comes to mind immediately that you would like us to give us any feedback on what you've heard. Tom, start with you.
So thank you very much for the feedback. I certainly was taking notes throughout. One of the things I just wanted to assure people, when we think of strategy, we think of strategy not as a detailed work plan at all, but more as a compass to guide us to what we think our success is. And it's really driven by both internal and external factors. So this discussion today was really about a number of those factors that'll guide us to set up what success looks like and over the next period of terms. You know, it was really interesting also question about dynamism. And to me, our strategy over the last few years has proven robust enough to withstand changes. But what we have done is pivoted a lot within that strategy. You know, if I think about when we set up, in fact, in the last strategy around the need to move quickly to get sustainability up off the ground, that wasn't envisioned, but I felt like we had enough flexibility to move. So we're always trying to think in an agile place. You know, I think a number of the factors about the need for engaging people more broadly, about building greater support for the missions of these institutions and being able to articulate it resonated with me. And there's a good session on that tomorrow that we're going to take up. I also think a little bit about, and this is what motivates us, is like, how do we tackle technology? Because technology, as I think everyone has pointed out, is about quality, it's about relevance, it's about attractiveness of the profession. So I really think that will be a big piece of whatever we do going forward. The other thing I think about is actually a lot of the stuff today that you said actually is germane to our current strategy and work program and how we're going to navigate from here to the end of 27. So you know, we are in a dynamic environment. The trends that you're saying today, we don't forget between now and the end of 27. And it's really sort of, if you think about how the way we've shifted, like this idea of pause, of exhaustion, managing geopolitical tensions all fits into this. You know, I think it's really important for us to keep this in mind as well. So I think that's it, and I think we need to consider everything else going forward.
Thank you very much. I'm going to be quick because this is your time, not our time. But there are 2 or 3 ideas and topics here that really I really appreciated listening to the feedback from these discussions. One is the importance and the highlight that is being put on the investors' role in standard setting development, which is something that sometimes we have been forgetting. I've been in some places and discussions, big ones, by the way, where the word investors did not just come out. And we should not lose sight of who are the real users and takers of this work. The final ones are really the investors, the companies, shareholders, economy, and etc. So this idea that was also shared in the initial conversation here, we really should, I think that it's important for us to be reassured that this is really important and that we need to find ways of connecting in a more effective way with investors as the ultimate beneficiaries, or the opposite of it, of what we do as standard setters. So thank you for that. The second topic, and of course, I don't need to say that I subscribe to everything that Tom said, so I'm not going to repeat. Second thing, with respect to our future strategy and work plan, here I have some difficulties that maybe you may want to help with, which is this gap, the time gap between the time when we start to work on our strategy and work plan, and we need to do it actually, and the time where this strategy and work plan will become effective and developed. This was something that from the start in this current cycle concerned me, and I think that we were very clear saying that this is a strategy and work plan. This is how we see it from today, but it may change dramatically as we go, and we are already seeing this happening at the middle of the cycle. So I'd like to hear from you about suggestions, mechanisms, etc., that we could, or approaches that we can take to make sure that we remain as agile as we need to be, and not just sticking to a strategy and work plan, which can be perfect on the day we approve it, but can be not enough to address constant topics that we need to do. And the third one is also on time, but it's a different perspective, is this idea that came here that the pace of the standards, we should slow down, but there were also comments that it was very good that we did something very fast. So in between, I would say that the takeaway, but you will confirm it or not, the takeaway that we take is that the approach cannot be the same to everything. And that this idea that we are actually doing it, we should slow down, pause, etc., should not prevent us from taking action as needed if issues arise that merit and deserve our very quick and fast attention. And here we may need to think about instruments to go fast when we need to go fast. So adding on what Tom said, these are my comments.
Thank you very much. We got about 25 minutes left, and I think it would be important to give the opportunity for the members and indeed others, observers as well, if there are any other things that they felt were discussed in the 3 breakout sessions that maybe need to be reinforced before we close as final message. Maybe if I can just start on one of those which came out in my group, or our group, the first group number 1, is, and it's been mentioned, but Carla used the word divergence. We used the word fragmentation. We were a little bit concerned that we should be conscious that there's always a risk that an international standards setter may lose its right to set international standards as the world fragments and diverges. And that point was made. But we just felt that it's something that you need to be conscious of, and also to think about. So where are those international bodies that give you the mandate to operate and the support that you need to make sure that they remain at the center of who you engage with? Because the risk is also that international organizations also lose their relevance, as we have lots of defunding taking place, etc. And we just felt that it would be a sad world if we moved away from having consistent, high quality standards that are hopefully broadly implemented in the same way to raise, at the bar, at the highest level in terms of accountability, responsibility, and ethical behavior. But there's always a risk in times like this of uncertainty, volatility, when there's a lot of pressure on funding, a lot of pressure on growth, a lot of nationalism that we see taking place in a number of countries, particularly in Europe, I may say, which is the region I live in. I don't want to mention other regions because there no doubt will be others. That people then tend to look inwards rather than outwards and say, well, what I've got is better than what everybody else has, and therefore I'm not going to adopt other standards. I'm going to sort of just impose mine. And, at one stage, I hope the world will come back to sort of a more integrated, interconnected world, which most of us have enjoyed over the last 20 to 30 years and benefited from. Hopefully we will go back to that, but in the absence of international standards and rules and regulations that guide that, we might be in a very, very bad place. So it's just something that we feel that the 2 standard setting boards, and indeed other international standard setting boards, need to just be aware of and make sure that you do whatever you can to reinforce the importance. And I think, you talked about your value proposition. We'll come back, of course, to that. But that featured in our discussion, particularly when we got to question number 4. And, I see lots of tent cards going up, so I'm not sure which order it is, but...
Very quickly, going back to Gabriela's point, I think that it's important, yes, to team up with investors, but I think that the right way to do it is really to team up with institutional investors with high standards, with strong stewardship principles. Because I think they are the ones that would value, the high standards, and really, because when we talk about investors as a whole, There are a lot of investors that are just driven by quarter results. So that's my point.
Thank you. Natasha, and then Matthew.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I would certainly concur with that. To what you ended on there, Alan, I think that almost is, for me, the absolute central focus for all of us right now, because I think to the point about being agile, we can continue to work on all these various work streams, but at the end of the day, if we lose that multilateral approach to things like accounting and audit, it kind of becomes irrelevant. So I do wonder whether this is the moment to really be stepping up and making that case and bringing in as many voices as possible, supporters, so investors, asset owners, asset managers, the preparers themselves, the audit committee directors, all these voices, bringing them out to the table, making public sort of declarations of support. It just feels to me that if we wait, then you may miss the boat.
We also heard that the IFRS Foundation is also facing similar pressures in terms of setting international reporting standards, which I hadn't heard of. Tom, you know, your connection with them, you might be able to talk to that later. But let's go to Matthew.
I 100% agree with everything that was said. Not going to reiterate that. This didn't actually come up that in depth in our session, but I wanted to. In terms of a trend about public and private companies, and I guess fewer public companies, et cetera. I think the way that, at least I interpret the sort of wind to be blowing, is that in fact just the line between public and private is just getting blurrier and blurrier. And so to the extent that, and what I mean by that is that, you know, I think there's likely to be continued sort of growing broader ownership of private entities. And I don't think those owners have the availability of information that like they may have presumed to have in the past, that private company owners would have been presumed to have in the past. So in substance, they actually look more like public companies, but they're not listed. So we're not there yet, but I think we're kind of, that's like, it appears like, I think where we're going. So to the extent I know there are financial reporting standards that are built on that assumption that, private, because the private companies have less robust requirements because the owners are presumed to have better access to information. Again, I don't know if those assumptions are true anymore. And so to the extent, if we keep going down this path, to the extent that the board's auditing standards and ethics standards are built on that assumption, those assumptions, they may need to be revisited.
Thank you, Matthew. Any other, I don't see any other cards up. Anybody online that would like to, any additional observations? Bello, please. Thank you. And then.
All right, thank you. I think just based on the request by Gabriela, I think I would like to suggest maybe perhaps for you to, on the strategic work plan, you may need to consider perhaps defining the strategic key result areas that you're going to focus. For example, maybe I write down 4. One is the standard development aspect, and the other one is the implementation. And then the other one will be capacity building and then stakeholder engagement. And then based on that, you'll be able to define the KPIs for each with the specific outputs and outcomes that are measurable. And I think that will really help you, give you a clear focus on how this strategic work plan is going to impact the industry and how is your work going to impact in the industry. There are, I have quite a number of experience in doing this. That's why I'm just sharing with you how this will go about, because if you just come up with the strategic work plan without clear measurables and impact on based on the KPIs, you are going to just be moving around and around, and then the focus will be distorted by input from time to time from people. So a strategic work plan that is a medium term, maybe 3 to 5 years, depending on your decision, with the clear SKRAs, that is strategic key result areas, which are the areas that you are going to focus with KPIs that are measurable, and then the clear outcome and inputs and output that are going to make an impact based on the outcome. That will help you, give you a better focus. So I suggest these 4 areas perhaps, and then this can be expanded in more details in the strategic work plan. Thank you.
Thanks, Bella. And tomorrow in session 3, we will talk about value and impact. So please, let's come back to that if you don't mind tomorrow. Chikako, please.
Yes, I just like to kind of reiterate what Matthew said about the border between private and public is really blurring. And I also see that this is probably one of the most important trend right now. And right now, lots of traditionally private market asset and money is really coming into the public area, meaning that's kind of, traditionally players in the public market are really using the fund coming from the private market, and the vice versa. And but then, as Matthew also mentioned, I think, the work, 2 boards have been really doing is really based on the more clearly separated world of the capital market. And that is really changing right now. So the underlying socioeconomic foundation is really, really changing right now. So I think, kind of probably, how to regulate, but also how to kind of make private market becoming more transparent and accountable is one issue. And then that's probably the area that we can work on. But at the same time, there's also a reason why lots of in publicly listed companies are now being delisted. And then I think also there's also kind of, because I think in the public market, I feel like kind of some, market efficiencies are really losing, because for instance, this accounting standard is becoming very, very complex. And then for corporations to deal with multiple investors, whose interests are really conflicting to each other, it's a lot of work to do if you stay in the public, market. So some of the companies are really leaving the public market because of that burden. So those are the things I think we need to be really aware, and then, kind of have on our mind when we also start working on the new standard. Thanks.
Would either of you like to respond to?
I actually have a question. So we've had a couple questions about the sort of the bifurcation or blurring of private and public markets. Of course, we write our audit standards for all entities and audits of all entities out there. And so I wonder, and in addition, we created a separate standard for less complex entities as well, based upon ISIS. But ISIS applied to everything, to any entity seeking an audit. And in many jurisdictions, the threshold for statutory audits go well below public companies. In other jurisdictions where they don't go below, there's no statutory requirements. Many people opt for an optional audit, maybe partly because banks require it. So I just want to understand the impulse here a little bit for this distinction. Is there something that you feel like standard setting is missing right now that we should be particularly attuned to, where the standards are deficient? Or is this just a general trend that may switch the perception of values of audits?
Do you want to go? No, yeah, I don't think that there's so it is a key trend that is ongoing in the external reporting ecosystem. I'm definitely not the expert here. I believe there are some requirements in particular for public interest entities, in particular around transparency. or for the auditor's report. So, and then, then in the financial reporting realm, there are often different disclosure requirements and standards, such that I do think the audit would have a bit of a different scope. So no, there was not a particular standard or particular requirement that I was thinking of that led to my comment.
Yes.
I just to add to that, I think maybe one of the additional factors here is you've got, the private equity businesses that sort of sit between, those providing capital, so the asset owners, and then the underlying subsidiaries. And so there's not necessarily a look-through ability with regards to the outputs of those audits. I mean, I'm those audits will be done for the intermediary, not for the end user. So maybe that's more of a conversation between those investors and the intermediary. But I just wonder whether there's something to be done here, because there are potential conflicts that come from that, where the intermediary doesn't necessarily want certain things to be revealed if they're planning to pass things on, whereas you've got the end owners that may have a different perspective. So there's just nuances here that I think might be interesting to tease out.
I think, I started, one of the areas is like when we are discussing the PE investing in the audit firms. So I think, kind of this is probably also part of the kind of a shift taking place. It's PE money coming into audit firms is also kind of a part of really lots of private market money moving into different areas. And then the discussion we have here is that, the issue is that independence, ethics and independence are required for the audit firms are really kind of at risk because of the money coming from the private equity. If the private equity itself is really has a lot of transparency, assured and also audited, then maybe we don't have to worry too much about this. But then why do we worry? When the money coming into audit. So I think that's the question, I think, we are talking about, right? And then, so if we worry, why do we worry if we have a kind of audit, different kind of audit systems applied to different type of companies? So I don't know exactly, because I don't have enough knowledge to understand the audit system applied to different kind of industry. But then that's also my question too.
I think, Ivana, you wanted to come back in.
Yeah, going back to your question, Tom, I think, yes, there is a difference between, the way that the management and the shareholders of private-owned companies vis-a-vis public-owned companies, listed companies, in a way that, just to give my case, I work as a board member in 2 companies, family-owned, huge groups that, we moved from a low-key, 30-year audit firm to big, big 4, right? But the relationship with the, the partner of the audit firm is totally different, because the liability of the partner is different. If you're, a partner of another firm that, providing the service for a listed company, right? If there is any error, it will be, for the person itself, for the partner, a huge burden, okay? But in a private-owned company, right, the relationship, it's much, much closer, because the partner work with, the management, the owners of the company, knowing that it's a journey. You know what I'm saying? Knowing that, court governance is a journey, right? You will not have the best report right away. And I'm talking about billion type of companies, right? Billion, with huge revenues that decided not to be listed, okay? Because one of the reasons is that they want to have the internal audit group working together with the external audit group to make sure that, to build a partnership to really strengthen the governance of the company, and not to every quarter to explain to the market, to junior equity analyst, oh, by the way, my, the stock, the now the margin is a little bit, lower because of that, and at the end of the day, the audit firm, everybody's afraid after the shareholders meeting, after we release the results, next day the price, what will be our stock price, and how many, what will be the impact. So I think, going back to Tom's point, I think that one opportunity is to work with, in Europe, there are huge family-owned companies in third generation and so on, to really discuss with them, even multinational ones, right? And try to build standard also for this type of company. We have private equity, investors, we have listed company, corporations, a nightmare, and we have family-owned huge business, in Europe mainly, but in Latin America and so on, that the audit firm can do a great job there. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, Stephen.
I'll be quick. Just Tom, to your question, I mean, the nature of the privates relative to the publics, one defining characteristic is less liquidity. So what does that mean for the audit profession? Is just having those competencies from a valuation perspective, being able to value that, which will be different relative to the publics. And the growth of the privates is obviously much, much greater these days.
Chicago, is that your... Okay, not another question. Okay, can I just check, anybody online that would like to sort of make any comments, or any of the observers that have been with us today would like to add anything to what has been said so far? No? Then I think, thank you. Then I think we're done. Look, thank you very much. Although we're finishing at 3:30, which is the planned, I recognize that for you, Conchita, I think it's now 3:30 a.m. for you, if I'm not mistaken, in Manila, and I think for Hino it's midnight 30 for you. So we really appreciate that you've sort of been with us as well into the night for you, and thank you very much for your participation. For all of us here, we've had a full day. We've had lots of good discussions. I think we've done justice to the topics that you've asked us to talk to, and obviously we've got 2 more sessions tomorrow. So tomorrow we will start, as we did today, at 9 o'clock Eastern time, or Eastern Summer Time, I should say, so no confusions around the 1 hour difference. We do have an evening, I'm told it's of fun and making pasta, so that appeals to me, given I'm Italian, I love pasta, so I will be enjoying watching all of you make pasta, and I might even learn a trick or two. My understanding is we've got to be at the event venue at 5 p.m. Sort of, it says sharp, but I guess, some flexibility. And that the plan is that for those that will want to go together, that we should be back here at 4:15. And then the plan is that we go on the subway, as you call it in New York. I asked earlier if it's somewhere we could all walk to, because I love walking, but I'm told it's too far. But oh, if it's only 30 minutes, then, I'm up for walking. And anybody who wants to walk, I'm happy to be here at sort of 4:30 if it's only 30 minutes. And we can all, those who want to walk, shall we say, those who want to walk, be here at 4:25, and those who want to go by subway, make your own plans. Okay, look, thank you very much. Tom, Gabriella, anything to add before we break? Any closing comments for today?
Not really, because yes, I'll have a lot of things to say, but
Tomorrow, yeah.
yeah, tomorrow.
Save it for tomorrow.
Thank you very
Okay.
much.
Thank you, everyone, and have a good night to all of you online, and look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thanks, bye.
Thank you, bye.